Did you know that there's a restaurant in the heart of New York City's Chinatown that has been serving up an authentic taste of Hong Kong since 1998? Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Hong Kong cuisine features traditional dim sum with fresh seafood, roast meats, and amazing stir-fried dishes. Today we're stepping inside this iconic spot to find out why locals and longtime fans keep coming back for more. I visit Ping's on a busy Sunday afternoon, right after dim sum service, to try several of their dinner menu items. Watch till the end to see one of their signature dishes and also my star of the show. Come join me. I can't wait to get started. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today we're at Ping's. Ping's is at Mott Street in Chinatown, and Ping's is famous for Cantonese food. We've been here several times in the past, and this particular restaurant is a Cantonese restaurant. It's been around since the 80s, I believe. So it's one of the legacy restaurants in Chinatown. We were given this menu, but we discovered that this is only the lunch menu. What they offer is that they also offer a all-day dinner menu. So we asked for that, and I'm going to show you both menus, the smaller dim sum menu and also the dinner menu. What Ping's is famous for is their dim sum service. Today we're not going to have dim sum. I wanted to try some of their dinner food. Their dim sum is actually really good. It's actually pretty famous, and almost every day the dim sum service is usually packed. It's a pretty popular restaurant. A lot of social media doesn't talk too much about this restaurant, but it's been around for a long time, and I like this restaurant. I'm going to order one dish that is considered a signature dish at Ping's. There's actually two, but I ordered one of them, and I'm going to show you later in this video what that dish is. It's really creative, and it's actually pretty good. Okay, we were given two menus. This one is the dim sum menu during the lunchtime, and it's a much smaller menu, more condensed menu. So what we have here is that we have a whole list of dim sums. As you can see, there are no prices, but here's an idea as to the types of dim sum that they offer. So we'll slowly take a look at these. There's a very big selection, about 20 here. And then we're flipping the page, and then we have another 20 dim sums, all steamed and fried. Two different types of varieties. And there's another page. Here's another 10 dim sums. And next in the lunch menu, we have the chef suggestions. And then we have the special lo mein, the hot pan noodles. We have pan-fried noodles, and then we have rice, we have noodle soups, special hot stone pot dishes, and then here's the lunch specials. Now, these lunch specials are only valid from Monday to Friday, excluding holidays, and these are all between $14 and $16. We were given a second dinner menu, and this is the menu with all the dishes that were not on that dim sum menu that we received earlier. So here goes. This dinner menu, and it's really funny, has all the dim sum on it. So I guess they do offer dim sum at night, maybe. And these all have prices included. Now, these prices actually seem a little more pricey than most dim sum places. It's like $9. So I'm not sure if this is because it's for dinner that they're charging more. Next, we have some appetizers. So this appetizer section has a lot of interesting items. You have things like manila clams, and you have snails. That's not very common. And then you have other items like some Peking duck, jellyfish, and then you have some grilled duck. And there's some more stuff on the next menu. Now, the next section is called the main course. You have Dungeness crabs, you have razor clams, frog legs, you have crispy pork ribs, crispy squid, and then you have other courses like the famous prawns with walnut sauce, And then you have this dish, which is pretty famous. It's called the Dragon's Whiskers, and it's a very, very Cantonese dish filled with chives and dried seafood. And then here's the main course. Some more main courses. You have some fish, you have some poached chicken, and then you have some garlic chicken. And then you have some more items such as some fish, you have some scallops, you have some sweet and sour pork, and some other great Cantonese items. And then over here, the next section, we have Japanese tofu, short ribs, and some other items here. And then next we have some vegetarian dishes. So we'll just take a quick scan of these. And next we have some more vegetarian dishes. Now we have some eggplant, bamboo piffs, mapo tofu, some vegetarian delight, and then we have some fried rice, noodles, some more items here. And finally we have some soup seafood, fried rice and noodle, and some old-time favorites. We ordered the sweet and sour pork. Now, this is the most economical dish I ordered today. Basically, it's the boneless version of the sweet and sour pork. It's not the ribs. And from what it looks like, there's a pretty big chunk of sweet and sour pork here. It looks like a batter, probably a rice flour batter, I would think. It's not too thick, the batter, which is a good sign. Next, we have our usual pineapple, our usual pepper, and our usual, looks like tomato here. So there's 3 types of vegetables here, and this particular dish seems to be pretty big. There's about 7.5 inches in diameter worth of food, so it seems like a pretty good portion. And if I remember correctly, I think this particular dish is about $16, so it's not bad. We're gonna give this a try and let you know what it's like. Okay, I'm going to try the sweet and sour pork. Now, if you're a regular viewer of my channel, you know that I love sweet and sour pork, and I usually order it for my reviews. So here it is. We have the beautiful sweet and sour pork, and as I mentioned before, this particular pork looks like it was done in a batter, but it's not a thick batter like the American Chinese sweet and sour pork. Let's try it right now. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Now, I don't know where to start. There's so many good things about it. What I can say is that number 1 is boneless. So it's not the sweet and sour ribs. It's definitely boneless, and I can tell from the cut of meat that it's more on the fatty side. It might be pork butt, but it's more on the fatty side. The sweet and sour sauce is not too sweet. What I really love about this is that this particular sauce is not too gloopy. Sometimes when you order sweet and sour, the sauce tends to be super gloopy. That's not good. But this particular one is good. I also taste the pre-seasoned nature of the pork. So the pork itself definitely has some salt, has some pepper thrown in, and it's really good. I don't think it's been softened or treated, but it has that nice basic pork flavor. Very nice. I have to say that this is a dish that you definitely should order. It's one of the better versions I've tried. We ordered the garlic fried chicken, or the daji gai with the garlic. From what I see here, the garlic chicken has a very dark fry to it. There's also some dried garlic to it, and it looks like it appears to be half a chicken. So we have the drumstick here, and then we have probably the white meat here, and below probably the thigh. So this particular portion looks fairly big, and when I'm touching this particular skin seems pretty crispy. Yeah, it looks pretty good, and once again, we don't have any soy sauce or any additional liquid added to this, so this I think is going to be super savory. The next dish I'm going to try is the garlic fried chicken, or the daji gai, and here it goes. I'm going to try the dark meat. I'm going to use my fingers. I apologize. but I like using my fingers. So here goes. Here's the chicken with the nice dark brown skin, crispy skin. Let's try this. Oh my God. The crunch is amazing. That chicken has been sitting there for 15 minutes and the crispy skin is still crispy. Really nice. And what's even more amazing about it is that the chicken meat is still moist. It's incredible. It has the crispiness of the skin, the moisture of the meat. Very nice. The one thing that's different about this chicken is that at some places they serve this dish with a liquid, like a sweet soy sauce on the bottom. This one is served totally dry. So if you're going to do it this way, I think you need to add a little more salt. I think this is about, to my level, this is about 80% salted. So yeah, to me, it could use a little more salt, but the fact that it didn't have the soy sauce on the bottom, I think should have necessitated a little more salt to be put into this. But the quality of the chicken is actually very, very high. It's very good. The quality is super good. The garlic, as you can see, provides a lot of savoriness to this dish. So yeah, this is high quality for sure. I just want to remind everyone that you should stay till the end of this review because I'm going to tell you what the star of the show is. So stay tuned. The next dish that we ordered is a one lobster dish with ho fun, or the broad white ho fun noodles. Now, this particular dish has a bunch of garlic on top, and this is steamed. The ho fun down here is steamed, as you can see, and all the lobster oil, lobster liquid goes to the bottom of this dish, so that blends right into the ho fun. We have one whole lobster here. I'm not exactly sure how much this costs. We'll find out at the end of the meal, but this plate is actually really big. This lobster, just eyeballing it, looks like maybe a pound and a quarter to a pound and a half. So yeah, I can easily and readily smell the garlic smell that is wafting off of this dish. So I can't wait to give this a try. Okay, the next dish that I'm going to try is the most expensive dish, and it's this one. It's the garlic and lobster over ho fun or chow fun noodles. This is probably the most expensive dish because of the lobster. We're going to give this a try and see what it's like. Here goes the noodles. Okay, very nice. The ho fun quality is really good because it's the thin type of ho fun. It's a very good quality ho fun, not the super thick ho fun, but a very thin and delicate ho fun. It's been steamed with the lobster on top, and I can readily taste that lobster juice seep into this noodle. Along with the garlic and the salt is absolutely delicious. And the chew is very nice on the noodles. Absolutely nice. The next part that I'm going to try is the actual lobster tail. Let's try this lobster tail and see what it's like. Gonna poke this, remove it, and give it a try. I swear, that lobster tail is so sweet. Why is it sweet? Because it's retained all that sweetness because it's steamed lobster. When you steam items, you tend to retain the original flavor of the seafood, and that's exactly what we have. It's a lobster that has retained a lot of the lobster sweetness. Absolutely delicious. Nice and crunchy, not rubbery, very fresh, the lobster. So this dish, although it's expensive, I can highly recommend it. And another thing that I should let you know is that when we ordered the dish, they actually sold this dish with e-fu noodles. E-fu noodles, for those who know, are noodles that are deep fried and then reconstituted. Someone in my party today didn't want that. They wanted the ho fun. So we had it with the ho fun, and they were amenable to our request. So yeah, they did it, and that dish is delicious. I wanted to talk a little bit more about Ping's. This particular restaurant has been around since, I believe, the late 80s, and there's two floors to this restaurant. There's a floor the main floor that I'm sitting in, and then there's a floor downstairs that's for private parties. Now, I've been here many times before for birthday parties, for actually a wedding reception. So yeah, this place has a lot of good memories for me. What I can say about this place is that it's always been reliable when it comes to serving good Cantonese food. Although the prices may be a little higher, it's totally worth it because the quality is super good, and you know that the chefs haven't changed too much at this place, and it's been very consistent. The next dish that we ordered is called cold water spinach. I think in Chinese it might be called tong choy. Now, this particular dish I think is maybe morning glory. It might be morning glory because you see the hollowness of the stem. So this particular dish is stir fried with some fried garlic and also some oil and salt. And if there's anything else that they added to this, I'll let you know. But one thing that I'm really happy about is that this particular dish is about 7 inches in diameter, but it's about 3 inches deep. So you're getting a lot of this vegetable in this dish. The next dish we ordered is the Chinese greens. I believe this is morning glory. They gave us the Chinese name for this. Okay, it's called water spinach, cold water spinach. And I don't know the exact Chinese name of this, but let's give this a try. I suspect it might be morning glory, but we'll see what this is. Cold water spinach is very crunchy, but there's a slimy element to it. When you cook it enough, the vegetable reduces and there's a sliminess to it, but there's also a crunch that is retained in the stem of the spinach. It's quite nice. This one is cooked to perfection because it has the right amount of garlic and also the right amount of salt. So this is very good for a Chinese vegetable. They steered us to this particular vegetable because they didn't have the snow pea shoots, but this is a good choice. The next dish that we ordered is the fried rice with dried scallop and crab. Now, this is one of 2 of Ping's most famous dishes. Now, this is considered their signature dish, one of the 2 signature fried rice dishes. This has been on their menu for many, many years. This particular fried rice is advertised as being crunchy. Now, I don't know exactly what makes this crunchy, so I'm going to give this a try and let you know what it is. Who knows, it might be crispy rice from the bottom of a pot, but we'll have to find out. Another element in addition to the crab and the scallops are the scallions and egg. So this is basically a 4-element fried rice. I'm going to try their signature fried rice. As I had said before, there are 2 signature fried rices. Now, this particular one that I'm trying has dried scallop and also crab. So this is what it looks like. There's the addition of egg and also some string beans and some scallions. That's what it looks like. So let's try this. This is delicious. Right off the bat, the major flavor profile is oyster sauce. I taste some oyster sauce in that fried rice. The other sensory overload that you get from this is the crunch. Now, the reason why it's the signature is because of that crunch. That was the one thing that many places in Chinatown never did, and Ping's was the first place to make this type of rice. I can't tell you exactly what's making the crunch in this rice. I suspect that it's some crispy rice, but for some reason it doesn't taste like the type of rice, crispy rice that's straight from the bottom of a bowl. I don't know how they did it because I can't visually see where that crispiness is coming from, but it's very nice. It has that nice texture. That's something that you will only get here. You won't get at any other restaurant. I guarantee you that. That oyster sauce, the right amount of salt, makes it very delicious. The great thing is that in this particular rice, you can visually see the dried scallops and the crab. A lot of places, they say they have it, but you can't see it. But this one, you can see it. It's very nice. Wonderful. This is the kind of fried rice that you can eat bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl after and not stop. Absolutely delicious. I highly recommend it. I need to mention about the other special fried rice. The other special fried rice, I believe, also has salted fish and also dried scallops. But the other one has raisins. Now, that's what makes that one special. The first one has the crunch. The second one has the raisins. Now, those are two innovations in fried rice making in the 80s and 90s. So Ping's was the first one to have done that. And that, I feel, is something that they continue to do well. I just had that dried scallop and crab fried rice, and it's absolutely delicious. They've been doing it well for 40 years. And now's the time for your favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today, the star of the show was so hard to choose. We ordered 5 dishes, and all 5 dishes were on the same footing. They were almost equally good. But, you know, I can't do this. I can't just choose all 5 of the dishes because that wouldn't be right. So what I'm going to do today is that I'm going to choose my number 1 dish, but I'm also going to go ahead and rank all 5 of them for you. But first, let's do the star of the show. And today, my star of the show is the fried rice, the signature fried rice. Now, this particular signature fried rice is their signature. This is one of the 2 fried rices that made Ping's famous. And they're famous for a reason, because this particular fried rice has that crunch. A lot of places didn't have that in the past. And I think other restaurants might have it now, but this was the original place. I know it because I'm old. So anyway, so this particular rice has the great savoriness of that oyster sauce that I can detect in the rice. It has the savoriness of the dried scallops and also the freshness of the crabs. They're all chopped into small little bits, but when you combine everything together, it's the most flavorful seafood dense flavor you would ever imagine for a fried rice. So that's why this is my favorite dish. Okay, as promised, I'm going to go through all the dishes and I'll tell you my number 5 all the way to my number 1 dish. My number 5 dish is the vegetables. Now, this is tong toy and it's morning glory, Chinese green, and this is my number 5. But that doesn't mean that I didn't like it. It was very good. My number 4 is the garlic fried chicken. This particular dish was super savory and also fried and moist. Next favorite dish is the sweet and sour pork. And then we'll move on to the lobster and Fok Noodles. And then my number 1 dish, as I had just said, which is the star of the show, is the signature fried rice. So there you have it. These are my favorite dishes. Okay, the meal is over. And what a meal it was. Today, I was very fortunate to have 2 companions come with me so that I can show you the 5 dishes that I ordered. And these 5 dishes are truly, truly representative of the great Cantonese food that you can get here. Now, that's just not me pushing it. It's because it's true. I've been here several times in the past, and every time I've been here, the Cantonese food is totally true to what it should be. So if you come here, just keep in mind that this particular restaurant is also very famous for dim sum service. You're going to have dim sum service from the morning all the way up to maybe 2 or 2:30 on a weekday and on weekends. So that service tends to be really crowded. So you probably would need to get on the line for that. But once you get beyond those hours, it should be easier to find a seat and you would get the dinner menu. We came at the tail end of the dim sum service and we were availed the dinner menu. So that was very nice of them. They gave us the dinner menu and we were able to order all these fantastic dishes. If you come here, keep in mind that this particular restaurant is one of the legacy restaurants that I tend to focus on in this channel. And this is the kind of restaurant that should and hopefully will stay in the neighborhood for years and years to come. So if you want to try authentic, really good, true Cantonese food on a true Cantonese menu that's all Cantonese, you need to come here. This is truly one of the best Cantonese restaurants in Chinatown, and that's just my opinion. So, and that's why you came here to watch. Thanks for watching the Minute Review Show, and please like and subscribe to this channel. And also, please remember that there's a membership for this channel. For as little as $3 a month, you can support this channel, and I would greatly appreciate it if you do. And also, please refer this channel to your friends and help show them what great Chinese and Asian restaurants there are around the city, and I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much, and I will see you again in my next video. The final bill before tip is $159.52. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. If you like visiting Chinatown in New York City, you will find many crowded restaurants. In this video, I'll take you to a new hidden spot right on Hester Street in Chinatown. It's slightly away from the bustle of the main tourist streets, but has excellent roast meats. We go in on a late Tuesday evening. Get ready and see for yourself why in this video I finally give a specific item a 10 out of 10 rating. It is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm on Hester Street in Chinatown, and I'm at a restaurant called Tin Wang. Tin Wang actually has a pretty long history in Chinatown. This location is actually only open for maybe half a year. The original location was on East Broadway, and it was on East Broadway for decades. I was there because I know that location very well, because that was near where my dad used to live, and we would go there and we would order so many types of food, so much food through the years. I loved their kanjis, I loved their food in general. It was always a good bargain, and we always went there. Now that they moved to this new location, in my introduction you can see that the wall color here is like a salmon color. Well, it seems like they've preserved that color scheme and brought it over here to Hester Street, and I'm really interested to see what their food is like. Once again, this is one of those Wang restaurants which specializes in roast meats, and the one roast meat that they don't have is the roast pig, but they have all the other ones. They even have cuttlefish. So I'm going to order a variety of roast meats and show you what they have. Hopefully it's as good as I remember when they were on East Broadway. Okay, now's the time to look at Tin Wang Restaurant's menu. There was a time when they were on East Broadway when it was called Tan Wang. What a funny name, and you know why. But in any case, we'll start off with the steamed rice crepes. I was told that these rice crepes are only available in the morning or to the mid-afternoon, and these are all under $5. Next, we have their kanjis, which are between $6 to $7. Now we have their noodle soups, the wonton noodle soups, and all the other proteins over noodle soups. Next, we have appetizers, and the appetizers include spring rolls and all the different plates of roast meats that you can order. And look, the prices are like $9, $10, nice and cheap. Then you have meats and vegetables over white rice. You have fried rices. You have Cantonese noodle dishes. Now these are the stir-fried noodles, and they're pan-fried noodles. They have a good variety. Then we have the Hong Kong style noodles. Wow, and these are all under $12. Next we have the rice entrees. These are basically their proteins with gravy over rice, and they have a huge variety over here, and most everything is under $12. Most of these dishes, in fact, are even $8 to $9. That's amazing. Next we have the soups. Okay, these I think might be single portion soups. Then we have pork dishes like sweet and sour pork, Peking pork chops. We have beef dishes. We have chicken and duck dishes. These are a bit more expensive. They even have a Peking duck. And here's some seafood dishes. These are $22 and below. all your favorites, your Cantonese favorites, and you have some vegetables. Okay, now let's take a look at the beef chow fun. The beef chow fun looks very interesting. There's big pieces of pepper, bell pepper. There's big pieces of onion. Here's the chow fun, very nice. It's in the big broad noodle variety. And look, they even have black bean here. This is different from most other places because most places wouldn't give you black bean. Then you have, yeah, this plate is actually pretty big. So I'm pretty satisfied with it. And this particular beef chow fun is not just beef chow fun. It's called the spicy beef chow fun. So I don't see any pepper flakes or anything on this. So I'm not really sure if this will be spicy, but I'm gonna give this a try and let's see what it's like. Okay, the next dish I'm going to try is the spicy beef chow fun. And this is what it looks like. I noticed during my preview of this dish that there's lots of bell peppers and onions here. And I don't know, I don't see any pepper flakes here. So we're gonna give this a try and see if it's actually spicy. The noodles are the conventional broad chow fun noodles. So here goes. The noodle has a ton of wok hei. It is so savory. It's like a 9 out of 10. The noodles itself is well seasoned, nice and flavorful. Has the right salt content, but I don't taste any heat for some reason. There was one pepper on that menu, but this isn't spicy at all. Maybe they think, oh, peppers are spicy, but they're not. But you know, if you take this as a plain beef chow fun dish on its own, it is great. Before I say more, let's try the beef. See what this is like. Okay, it's velveted, not too velveted, which is actually a good thing because sometimes some restaurants overdo it. It's just right. But I sense that the saltiness could be upped a little bit. I have a very high salt tolerance, but you know, it's okay, it's enough because there's plenty of salt in the noodles, but this is actually a very well balanced dish. The only thing that's kind of missing is the heat. There's no heat. Now, one special thing about this dish is this thing called a dosi or a black bean. It adds a bit of umami to the noodles, and I can actually tell that there's black bean in the noodles. You know, the black bean adds flavor to both the meat and the noodles. And I'll tell you something, that if you go to other restaurants, they don't make it this way. They don't put the black bean, they do it here. So this is actually a different type of beef chow fun. If you try it here, it will be a different experience. I can say that I really enjoy this dish. It's just different, especially with that black bean. But I wish that it was a little more spicy as it was advertised. But you know what? It's still a delicious dish. I really like it. The next dish I ordered is the wonton noodle soup. The wonton noodle soup comes in a reasonably sized bowl. There are 5 wontons from what I can see. And here's the noodles right below. And you get 2 big pieces of veggie. And we're going to give this a try soon. Okay, let's take a look at the wonton. I'm gonna break this open and do a forensic test of this wonton. So let's poke this in. And voila, we see that we have the pork, and then we have 1 shrimp on the inside. So this is half pork and half shrimp. Okay, now's the time to try the wonton soup. The wonton soup has 5 wontons, and we're going to try this and see what it's like, if it's mostly shrimp or mostly pork. This is interesting. It seems to be half shrimp and half pork, but the shrimp seems to be cut up a little bit. It's not like a whole shrimp, but it's still half shrimp and half pork. The flavor is excellent. I love it when restaurants actually actively put in the flavor, put in salt and other seasonings into the meat, so they're not skimping. It's very good. The soup itself is nice and fishy, has that fishy flavor, but this particular flavor is not as strong as other places, but it's there. And it goes together with the well-seasoned wonton. So I really do appreciate that. That actually is very good. Now, let's look at this piece of vegetable. It's a giant vegetable. There's two of them. It's a choy sum, or a Chinese green. Our vegetable takes the flavor of the soup, which is fine. And finally, let's try the noodles. Now, these noodles are plentiful. It looks like there's 2 batches of these noodles in the soup. So let's try this. This noodle is excellent. It's excellent because it's crunchy. Good wonton noodles are crunchy. On a scale 1 to 10, I would give it a 7 in crunchiness factor. I've had crunchier, but this is very good. And what's also great about this is that it's plentiful. It almost looks like there's 2 portions of noodles in this wonton noodle dish. Delicious. I like this wonton soup. Okay, the next dish I ordered is the roast pork, and I asked them to give me a fatter piece of roast pork, and let's see if they delivered. Yes, they did. I see some fat over here. There's a good 5-inch portion of roast pork here, and there appears to be some soy sauce on the side. They actually sauced this, so this is pretty good. It appears to be very moist. You know, when I push it like this, it does snap back, so I can tell that this is pretty moist. It actually smells pretty good, so I can't wait to give this a try. The next dish I'm going to try is the roast pork. Now, the roast pork came in a dish like this, and it's plentiful. For only $9, you get plenty of roast pork. I asked for the fatter pork, and this is what it looks like. Let me take a look at that. There's a streak of pork right there, a streak of fat right down the middle. So let's try this. It has that sweet, savory flavor. It has that bouncy texture too. That is delicious. Nice and bouncy. Wow, this is first rate, really first rate. Because when you have that moisture, and then when you have that texture of the bounciness, and also that sweetness, but not that cloying sweetness, this is really, really good. Look at that. I like it when it has just the right amount of sweetness. And this is really, really well done. In fact, this is exactly how I remembered it when they had that restaurant on East Broadway. The recipe hasn't changed. Next, we have the roast duck. Now, the roast duck, they gave me the leg portion, and it appears they also gave me, it looks like a breast portion. Yes, a breast portion. So let me just take this out, and yes, that appears to be a breast. And it really looks like the flavor has penetrated. The color of the meat has actually changed quite a bit. So the flavor is definitely in there. They also added the sauce over here on the side. Sometimes they put it in a little cup on the side, but this time they poured it on, and it looks very moist. The skin looks very nice and lacquered, and it's kind of hard and crispy as I rub it this way. And yeah, this dish looks totally delicious. And once again, all of these plates that I'm ordering are $9. Okay, the next dish I'm going to try is the roast duck. Now, this is what the roast duck looks like. What a beautiful color. And as I said before, it has a very beautiful lacquered color, and also the color of the meat looks like it's been marinated pretty well. Let's try a leg piece. Here goes. This is what it looks like. Wow, this is incredible. The meat is so well done that it's squeaky, it's slippery in the mouth, and it's so flavorful. My gosh, it's gonna be hard to choose the star of the show today. That roast pork and this, top right. The roast duck is not overly fatted. There's just enough, not excessive, to get a more honest assessment. Let's try perhaps a breast meat. So this is what it looks like. Let's see what this is like. That is out of this world. The leg and the breast have the same consistency. It's squeaky, flavorful. The texture, the taste, it has everything. It's a 10 out of 10. And you know, I rarely give 10 out of 10s, but for this, I definitely will. If you come here, you need to order this. Next dish that I ordered is the soy sauce chicken, and this is also called gai in Chinese. Now, I think I hit the bonus because actually not the bonus, but the jackpot, because I got the leg and then I got the thigh. I didn't specifically ask for these, but that's what they gave me. And they also gave me a small portion of white meat. So this is unbelievably $9. You can see that skin is nice and colored by that soy sauce brine that they put this in. And also, let's take a look at the meat. The meat has that nice pinkish color, just cooked color. So this is probably gonna be super good. I didn't even eat it yet, but I know it's probably gonna be pretty good. They also give us this great scallion and ginger sauce. I'm definitely gonna put this on and see what it tastes like. Okay, the next dish I'm trying is the gai, or the soy sauce chicken, and this is what it looks like. Wow, look at that beautiful, beautiful color that was created by that master stock. That master stock is what creates this sweet, flavored soy sauce chicken. This particular dish, I'm going to have to use my fingers because I feel that I can show you better. So here it goes. This is the leg piece. This comes right off the drumstick. So here goes. This is done perfectly. It's done to that just cooked pink stage. It's nice and not dry. It's moist. What I'm going to do now is that I'm going to try it with the ginger and scallion, and this is what the ginger and scallion looks like. They give you a big dollop of it. I'm going to put it on top of the chicken like this and eat it like this. That ginger and scallion sauce has lots of salt in it, which it should, because it adds more flavor to the soy sauce chicken. Some people don't like that. Some people like the soy sauce chicken plain. I can go both ways. Both are absolutely great. The meat itself, the meat in this chicken has plenty of soy sauce flavor. It's penetrated the upper layer of the meat. Not all the way in. It's not supposed to. The soy sauce is supposed to just color the skin and maybe penetrate maybe a millimeter, not too much. At some restaurants, the soy sauce, actually some of the soy sauce that was used to make this is put in a little cup on the side, and you can pour it on the soy sauce chicken, but in this place they don't do that, which is fine, because I can definitely taste the soy sauce on this soy sauce chicken. See, there's some of the meat with the soy sauce on it. This is very good. Now it's time for your favorite part of the program. It's called the star of the show. Now, today I have 2 stars. These are my choices. As you can see, the roast duck and also the Taishanese roast pork. These were my top 2 dishes, but being the star of the show, I must choose one. And it was so hard. It was so difficult to choose. What do I do? How do I solve this? The way that I solve this is having little check boxes in my mind. The item that checked all the check boxes by one is this roast duck. It had everything. Both items had everything, all the boxes checked. But the one thing that the roast duck had that the roast pork didn't was better texture. It was amazing. The smooth, silky texture of the roast duck was consistent throughout the breast meat and also through the legs. It was just incredible. The flavor was amazing. This is truly one of the only dishes that I recall having given a 10 out of 10. So to me, that roast duck is the star of the show. Okay, the meal is over, and what can I say? This meal is first rate, is as good as any of the Wong restaurants, like Big Wong, Wing Wong, any of those restaurants. They do things different. The only thing that they don't have here is the roast pig, but you know, the quality of all the other meats are so good that you really need to come here. Now, Hester Street is like a block away from Little Italy, so you're not too far away from Canal Street or Little Italy and the Bowery. So those are the main thoroughfares. This restaurant won't be that busy if you come here, so you could always get a seat, but the quality of the food is good and cheap. Let me emphasize that, cheap. I got so much meat, $9 a plate. Where can you get that? In fact, there are some dim sums that are $12, $15 that I've seen. And for that price, you can get an entire plate of meat. It's really good. I highly recommend that you come here. Another thing that I should mention, it's more of a sentimental thing, is that when I come here, I feel that I've been transported back many years, and eating with my father at this restaurant, we ate a lot at the one on East Broadway when it was there. I look around in the restaurant, and the decor is still salmon pink, tacky salmon pink, but you know, it just brings back memories, and I feel the presence of my father when I'm here. So yeah, it's a good feeling. So thanks for watching this video, and I will be back with another restaurant very soon. Thank you very much. The final bill for this meal was $52.26. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today, I eat at a New York mini chain of Cantonese restaurants, try out several of their famous roast meats, and find out if their food is as good as what I see in reviews. I traveled to East Broadway in Manhattan's Chinatown to visit King's Kitchen. King's Kitchen is a mini restaurant chain serving well-known Cantonese fare, such as roast meats and congee. They have one location in Manhattan and 4 locations in Brooklyn. They are currently expanding and are slated to open 2 more locations later in 2025. The King's Kitchen I visit is located on East Broadway, which is gentrifying at a rapid clip. But despite this, King's Kitchen has lasted for nearly 15 years, and by now it's a neighborhood institution. In this video, I'm about to find out why King's Kitchen has so many locations. Come join me and see what I order. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I am on East Broadway in Manhattan. Now, this part of Chinatown is not a very visited part of Chinatown. It's sometimes considered a little outside, but East Broadway has a huge population of Chinese, and I'm going to a place called King's Kitchen. King's Kitchen has been around for maybe 15, maybe to 18 years. It's really established itself here, and they do have 2 other branches in Brooklyn. This is their only Manhattan branch, and it's in Manhattan's Chinatown. So this is King's Kitchen's menu. It's basically a 2-page menu, and it's basically one of the Wong type restaurants with all the roast meats. It's totally Cantonese, and let's take a look at the menu. Now let's take a look at the King's Kitchen menu, and of course they do feature their clay pot. They are known for all kinds of clay pot dishes here, and we're going to go through this menu carefully. The first part of the menu is the appetizers. This contains all the barbecue meats that they offer. You have combinations of meats, and you have wontons, chicken wings, those types of appetizers. Then we have a congee section. We have a chef's special section. This contains different types of clay pot. There's even a dongpo pork clay pot. and a goose clay pot. Very interesting stuff here. And then we have the roasted barbecue dishes, the meats over rice. And look, they're really cheap, $8.50 to $10. Next we have the steamed rice rolls. They have a huge selection. You can order these at night. I just ordered 2 of them, which I'm going to show you later. And these are all reasonable, from $6.50 all the way up to, some of these are a little more expensive. But yeah, they all appear to be about $6.50. And here's your noodle soups, your wonton noodle soups, all types of meat over noodle soups. You have, the next section is the most important section, the rice clay pot section. These are all your bodai fans, and they have about 12 of them, all different types of meats, and all different types of prices. You have the cheapest one from $11.75 all the way up to one that is $15.50. Next we have some rice entrees. So we have fried rices, we have some stir fries over rice over here. We have noodle entrees like your beef chow fun, your fried noodles. Tai Peng style Mai Fun is interesting. You have Lai Fun, which is another interesting dish. Then we have some more clay pots. There's another 10 clay pots here, and these are a bit more expensive because the ingredients are more expensive. And they range from $18.50 to $20. And then we have our drinks. And that's it for the menu. King's Kitchen, they offer some free hot tea, some white pepper condiment, white pepper as a condiment, some hot sauce, and also the bodai fan sia, which is the clay pot rice sweet soy sauce. I should add that people come to King's Kitchen because they really are known for one major thing, which are the clay pots. We just saw that there are 2 sets of clay pots, the clay pot rices and also the clay pot Cantonese dishes that are stir-fried and put into a clay pot. Today I'm going to order one of the clay pots. It's one of the most famous ones, and check the video out and see what I get. Okay, the first dish that came to my table is a 2-meat special. This one I ordered the cuttlefish and also the soy sauce chicken. Now, the cuttlefish, for those who are not familiar, is basically something like squid, but that's been braised in some sauce. And in this edition, it looks like they put some ginger and scallion sauce on top of the cuttlefish. This is about a maybe 3-inch portion of cuttlefish. Next we have the soy sauce chicken. Now the soy sauce chicken, once again, is about 3.5 inches wide here, also with the ginger and scallion sauce on top. It's pretty interesting. Normally they put it on the side, but they serve it with the ginger and scallion right on top. And if I pick this up, you see that beautiful pink color of the chicken. Just judging from the way it looks really good. It looks really tasty, and it has that nice glistening sheen of oil. So this one might be very good. I could probably tell you that it is very good. It smells good. Okay, now I'm going to try the cuttlefish. Now, for those who don't know cuttlefish, I believe it's a cousin of squid, but a much thicker cousin. And this is what it looks like. They cut it into nice thick pieces, and look how thick this meat is. It should be nice and chewy. Not super chewy, but chewy. It's firm and chewy. It has the flavor of the ginger and scallion sauce that they put on top of it. And it's served cold, which it should be. It's nice and snappy. Right amount of salt on it. And yes, this is a great change of pace from other kinds of meats. This is actually a type of seafood, but I really love it. Not every Cantonese roast meats place have this. They happen to have cuttlefish here, and I really like it. And also, you see that it's yellow? Don't worry about it. It's just the spices that cause it to be yellow. But it's very flavorful for squid. So if you like squid, you'll love cuttlefish. Okay, the last roast meat that I ordered is the siogai, or soy sauce chicken. This is what it looks like. You see that nice pink there? Yes, I know this is gonna be juicy. They do provide the ginger scallion sauce on top of the soy sauce chicken, which is kind of surprising. I would think they would normally put it on the side, but it's right on top. Let's try this. Oh my god, that chicken, which is dark meat chicken, so juicy and tender. I love it. It's done perfectly. Might I say, this might be the best out of all the 4 roast meats. The skin has that nice soy sauce flavor. Once again, this would go perfectly with any rice dish. To me, a great example of soy sauce chicken. Absolutely juicy and delicious. Okay, the next dish that I ordered are these 2 roast meats. Now this is tasio, which is the roast pork, and this is the suyok, which is the roast pig. Now let's take a look at the roast pork. We have about a 3-inch section of roast pork, and let me just take a look at this. Okay, looks like it's nice and juicy. I asked for the fatty cut, so this appears to be pretty fatty. You can see some striations of fat right there. And next we have the roast pork. Now, sorry, not the roast pork, but the roast pig, the suyok. Now the suyok here comes with one nice band of fat right here, and this also looks very juicy. It doesn't look too dry, and it doesn't feel too firm. Wow, look at this. If I push this in, you see how tender it is? This is going to be good suyok, I can already tell. Okay, I'm going to try the roast pork, the tasio, and this looks beautiful. Look at the beautiful color, the glistening color of the meat. Look how shiny this is. This might be so good that, I don't know, I might finish the whole plate. So here it goes. Okay, I asked for the fatty piece. They definitely gave it to me. A third of that is fat. It's delicious. It's perfectly seasoned. It's sweet and very juicy. Goes perfectly with rice. I have to say, just eating this first piece, I know they put a lot of care into making this. It's just perfect. Texture, the chew, very nice. Okay, the next piece I'm going to try is the suyok, or the roast pig. Look at this. Now you see that is not overcooked. There's a little bit of that pink. Well, it's going to be super delicious. I hate being biased even before I put this in my mouth. So let's give this a try. Wow, this is super satisfying. The skin is crispy. The meat is perfectly seasoned. Although, I have to say, that the fat is also perfect on this dish. I have to say, it's a little oversalted. I love salt, but it's just a tiny bit oversalted. But the texture is perfect. I'm chewing through the meat like it's butter. Once again, a perfect meat to go with rice. Delicious. Okay, the next dish is the hamaitang. Hamaitang is basically dried shrimp rice roll. This comes with a soy sauce, and look at all these tiny little shrimp. They're really nice looking, and they don't skimp on it. There's plenty of it here. There's also some green onions, scallions. There's also some dried radish, some pickled radish here. This, I can really tell, is going to be awesome because, number one, they don't skimp on any of this stuff in the rice roll, and it's plentiful. I mean, this looks like maybe 5 or 6 inches of rice roll, and I believe this is only $6.50. This is a great deal. Okay, the next dish I'm going to try is the hamaitang, or the shrimp rice roll, the dried shrimp rice roll. Now, you can tell that this is made fresh because look, it's all in one sheet. See how bundled up this is? This particular shrimp rice roll has all the ingredients I love. It has the dried shrimp, it has the pickled radish. Let's give this a try. Oh my god. It's exactly what I dream of. It's so savory, so savory. And
What I love about this is that that sweet soy sauce goes together so perfectly with the dried preserved vegetables in here, the dried radish. For some reason, those two are always the perfect combination. I don't know how to describe it, but it adds savoriness, sweetness, and the dried shrimp ups the umami flavor. I just love this. I can eat bundles of this. The shrimp over here, the dried shrimps here, are the tiny micro-sized ones. You know, they make the larger ones. They also make the smaller ones. These are the micro-sized dried shrimp. This is absolutely perfect. I love this. I highly recommend that you get this because there's about 6 inches of that rice roll and it's only $6.50. What a bargain. I ordered the beef and cruller wrapped in rice roll. Now this particular dish is very special because most places that sell rice roll that are made to order are not putting both of these ingredients together, the beef and the cruller. As you can see, there's the cruller right here and the beef looks like it's evenly distributed between the two. There's soy sauce here and these are made to order and they are available. Right now I'm here at 6 o'clock. They are actually available at night, which is a great thing. A lot of places stop selling this in the morning. Okay, the next dish I'm going to try is another rice roll. Now this particular rice roll is something that you normally don't see. And this is what it looks like. It's a fried cruller and beef rice roll. Look at this. See the fried cruller on the bottom and then the beef in the middle? So it's about half of both. This place has so many different variations of rice roll. You just have to try them all. Let's try this one and see what it tastes like. Oh my god. Oh my god. If you like beef rice roll and if you like fried crullers, you will love this. What happens is that when you add the cruller onto the beef, you get the squishiness of the beef and the crunchiness of the cruller all packed into one. It's a unique texture. I mean, we're all familiar with all the fillings for rice roll, but when you have these unique combinations and you can get them here, that's what makes it worth coming here to try something like this. Okay, the next dish that has come to our table is the preserved meat preserved meat rice casserole. Now, this particular dish is a classic because I believe this is the OG of all the clay pot dishes. So we have over here what I believe is the pork belly, the preserved pork belly. Then we have some, what I believe here is preserved duck. And we have the lap chung, which is the Chinese sausage. So you have 3 types of preserved meats here. The duck, the pork, and the sausage. And you have some scallions here. And at the bottom of this is rice. You can see the white rice over here. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to do what everyone does, which is to add the sweet soy sauce. So here it goes. Here's the sweet soy sauce. Just gonna pour it on. Look, it appears to be a thick sweet soy sauce. I added a liberal amount, and let's move this around and make sure it's mixed in to the clay pot. I'm not going to dig too far down because I want the bottom of the pot to get hard so I can get some of that nice, delicious, crispy rice. So we'll let that sit for a while and we'll get right back to it. Okay, now we've given it enough time, this Yuanzaibing or rice casserole, to heat up, and I'm going to look for that crispy rice, the piece that everyone loves. So let me dig right into that and see if I can find some of that crispy rice. And yes, here's some of that crispy rice right there. And there's a bunch of it down here, if you could take a look. And yes,
We're gonna eat that. Okay, let's try the clay pot rice. Now the clay pot rice has Chinese sausage. I'm gonna try that first. Very good. It's conventional Chinese sausage. Nothing special about it, but it's plentiful. That's the primary meat in this dish. It's mostly Chinese sausage. Okay, let's try the Chinese sausage with the rice. Here it goes. That is delicious. Now let me tell you, this particular rice is Thai jasmine rice. It's the long grain. It's nice and fragrant, like Thai jasmine rice. It's a very high quality one. High quality rice. I can tell because I know the differences between the different grades of Thai jasmine rice. This is very good. Excellent. As I'm eating this dish, I can tell that the rice has some pork fat poured into this, or some kind of fat. That's what makes bo dai fan really good. If they don't put that fat in there, it's not going to taste great. That's the difference between a good one and a great one. This one is a great one. It has that fat. Now, let's move on and try the duck. Now, this is a bite of the duck with the rice. Not too salty, perfect. Duck is nice and chewy, not too hard, perfect tenderness. Sometimes these ducks can be pretty hard to chew if they don't tenderize it enough. This is perfect. Everything's perfect about that duck. Let's move on and try the pork. This is the preserved pork belly. Let's try that with the rice. I'm eating more of that crispy rice, if you can see. This crispy rice. Same could be said about the pork. Pork is perfectly chewy, not too hard, perfectly done, absolutely delicious. This, to me, is one of the best bo dai fan, one of the best rice casseroles, clay pot rice in Manhattan, Chinatown. I like another place, and I like this one. Absolutely delicious. They know how to do it here. When you come here, this is one dish you definitely need to try. And now's the time for the favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today, I had a very, very difficult time choosing what my favorite is. It was almost a tie. And I'll tell you what those two items are. The first one is the clay pot rice. The reason why the clay pot rice is one of my candidates is because it hit on all the right notes. Like every element is good. The tender meat, perfectly cooked meat, the rice, which is perfect long grain Thai rice, and also the crispiness, and also the fat that they use to make the rice. Everything was perfect about it. The second candidate is the hamaitern, or the dried shrimp rice roll. And the reason why is because, once again, it's hard to find any fault on any one of those elements in that rice roll. It is just so savory. It's nice and chewy. It's freshly made. It's delicate. It's sweet. Combinations just play together so well. It was so hard to choose. It came right down to it. I chose the clay pot rice. The clay pot rice won by just the whisker. The reason is because that particular rice was a great value at only $11.75. Come on, it's a giant pot of rice, lots of food, and I don't know, just for that value proposition, for that giant bowl of rice, I think pushed it a little bit over the edge. I want to thank everyone for watching the Minute Review Show. I have to say that King's Kitchen is definitely worth coming to. It's been around for over 10 years, a lot more than 10 years, and it's here for a good reason. The restaurant is very comfortable. You can easily fit a party of maybe 8 at one table. This would be a rectangular table. There are no round tables here. Also, it's great for single diners. So, it's a comfortable eating environment.
There's a nice big menu of Cantonese favorites. Can't go wrong. I mean, the items that I ordered are truly representative of their roast meats dishes and also their clay pot dishes, which are the most popular items here. Before I go, I also want to remind everyone that if you like what I'm doing, please subscribe to this channel and also give it a thumbs up. And also, take a look at all my other videos. They're in several playlists on my channel. Please take a look at it, and I'm sure you will see restaurants that you would like. And finally, share this channel with your friends who are coming to visit New York. If they want to find a good restaurant in New York City, check out my channel. And yeah, I'm here for you. The final bill before tip is $47.09.
Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today I'm taking you to Chinatown, and I'll show you possibly the best clay pot rice in New York City. We're going to a restaurant called Noodle Cafe, located in Manhattan's Chinatown. Noodle Cafe has 3 other locations in New York City, 1 in Brooklyn and 2 in Queens. Noodle Cafe is very much the home of Cantonese comfort food, serving roast meats, congee, wonton soups, noodles, and Hong Kong curries. I walk into the restaurant on a weekday night and enter a small, comfortable dining room. Get ready. You'll love what I have in store for you. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm in Chinatown, Manhattan's Chinatown, and I'm at a restaurant called Noodle Cafe. Now, this is on the street called Catherine Street. It's near Confucius Plaza, and it's very easy to find. It's in a very busy part of Chinatown. It's also near Chatham Square. The funny thing that I found is that on the menu, it has a different name, but on Google it says Noodle Cafe. I wanted to try this place because they have some of the things that I really love. And what is that thing? I'm sure you love it too. It's bo dai fan. Today I'm going to order something a little different. It's a bo dai fan with the preserved meats, but also with the salted fish and pork. I'm wondering what that combination would taste like. Primarily, this place serves that type of dish, and I really want to try it because that's one of my favorite Cantonese comfort foods. Take a quick look at this menu. The menu says Fok Noodles, so the restaurant's name is really Noodle Cafe, and here's the hours. It's closed on Thursdays, and on the front page we get right to it. We have the famous Hong Kong clay pot rice, and you can get it in these 7 different styles, and for $3 more you can add a different protein. As we move to the next page, we have appetizers. These appetizers are basically things like spring rolls, chicken wings. Then we have dumplings and dim sum, which are all pretty cheap, all in the $10 and under range. Then we have curry rice dishes. There's 6 of them here. We have some vegetarian dishes here. Next page, we have a make your own noodle bowl. So here you have the base. You have different bases. Here's a shrimp and pork wonton. You have cuttlefish balls. You have all types of bases. You have some mixed noodles, which is a non-soup based noodle. And you have different toppings. You can add additional toppings, once again, for $3. And finally, we have, on the last page, we have congee. And once again, these are super affordable, and all under $9. And then you have the chopped meats over rice. They have a full array of that stuff in their front window. And here you have their drinks. And they're all Hong Kong style. And some desserts, mainly some soup style desserts. You know, with Cantonese foods, there are so many different kinds of comfort foods. I'm wondering, what are your favorite kinds of comfort foods? Mine happen to be bo dai fan, clay pot rice, because it reminds me of home. What do you like to eat that you consider comfort foods? Just write them down in the comments below. The dish that I ordered is the steamed rice roll with the hoisin sauce and the sesame sauce. Now this is a nice big dish, very, very generous. This dish, I would say, is about 8 inches wide from here to here. There's plenty of sauce here. Let's flip these around, and you can see these are fairly thick rice rolls. I would say about a half an inch in diameter. Not bad. And these are nice and warm. I could just feel the warmth emanating from the rice rolls. We're gonna give this a try. Okay, now I'm going to try the steamed rice roll. Now, the steamed rice roll, as I had said earlier, comes in a very generous portion. Take a look at this. This is about 4 inches long, and we're gonna dip this into the sauce and give this a try. Delicious. Nice and hot. It really heated this up, and it needs to be heated up, because if it weren't, it would just be like a store-bought rice roll. This doesn't taste like a store-bought rice roll. It has a restaurant quality to it. The hoisin sauce is nice and sweet. Sesame sauce, nice and earthy. Delicious. If you take a look at the rice roll, it's very hard to find the distinct rolled up sheets of noodle. It actually seems like one entire piece of hard noodle. Do you know Korean tteokbokki? It's almost like tteokbokki, like a Chinese tteokbokki. But it's very nice. If you bite it hard enough, it does fall apart. These rice rolls are very tightly wound. They're delicious, nice and hot. I would definitely order these again. These rice rolls are big enough portions for maybe 3 people. If it's eaten as an appetizer, they're quite good. If you take a look at the sesame sauce here, what's interesting is that this sesame sauce is nice and thin. It's not super thick. There are some sesame sauces on the market that are very thick, but this is nice and thin, and it does a great job coating the rice roll. Okay, now it's time to take a look at our first dish, and this is Hong Kong style roast meats. We have the roast pig, and then we have the tasio, or the roast pork, barbecued roast pork. When you take a look at this piece of roast pork, I specifically asked for the fatty cuts, and they definitely delivered. Take a look at this. There's at least 2 layers of fat here. Let's go a little deeper in here. And once again, we have the same situation. Nice fatty cuts. You can see that there's a nice glistening sweet sauce on this barbecue pork. And then now we have the roast pig. Let's take a look at what we get. I asked for fatty cuts too, and yeah, there's a nice thick layer here, about a 1/4 inch of fat here. Nice crispy skin. Here we go again. This one we have some fat here. This isn't as super fat as I would like it, but this is actually pretty good. I see that it's nice and cooked. It's a little hard, but that doesn't mean that it's not good. We're gonna give this a try, and hopefully the flavor makes up for the denseness. The next dish I'm going to try is the 2 roast meats over rice. Now, I ordered the roast pig with the crispy skin, and I also ordered the tasio, which is the roast pork, barbecue roast pork. Let's try the barbecue roast pork. I specifically asked for the fatty cuts, and that one delivered. In fact, I would say about 40% of that piece is fat. Really delicious. The great thing about this is that it has that sweetness to it. It's baked into the meat. The marination definitely penetrates, but it doesn't do it too much. It doesn't make the roast pork candy-like. It's just enough to give it nice, good flavor. Now I'm going to eat another piece with a little more meat. There's one. So yes, that confirms that the meat is perfectly marinated, not too overly marinated. I love this. It's so juicy. It's one of the best roast porks I've had this year. Nice, shiny, and glistening. Take a look at that shiny coating. It's excellent. The next thing that I'm going to try is the roast pig. The roast pig doesn't have as much fat as I had expected. Okay, even though I asked for more fat. So let's see how this is. It might be good. Very good. This is excellent.
Even though there isn't a ton of fat here, it has that strong 5-spice flavor that's penetrated into the meat. It's on the top portion and on the bottom portion. It's a little heavier on the salted side, but it's not bad. The flavor is definitely penetrated into meat. In fact, the flavor penetrated this meat much more than it did the tasio, the roast pork. This is perfect because if you eat it with rice, you definitely want some of that saltiness in that meat. Excellent. I really love this. It's really good. And one final thing that I forgot to mention is that they do offer this Shanghai bok choy. They give you 2 Shanghai bok choys, plenty to eat. I can taste that when they blanched it, they put a little oil into the water. Nice and tasty. I like that. Very nice.
Next is what we've been waiting for, the aromatic warm clay pot rice, bursting with savory meats, fragrant rice, and a crispy bottom.
First thing I'm going to do is put on the sweet soy sauce, which is standard for this dish. Look at that. Quite nice. You can't put too much of that stuff on. What I'm going to do is to mix this and take a look at that. It's piping hot, really hot. And I'm going to take care and not pick up or pull up the rice all the way on the bottom because I want a nice crispy bottom to form. So I'm just mixing the soy sauce in. That's it, not digging in. Okay, now let's take a look at the bodaifan or the clay pot rice. Now there are lots of pieces of protein in here. I ordered double protein. We have the preserved meats here, and then we have the salted fish and pork pancake here. We have the Chinese sausage here, the regular lapsang, and then we have the wow, this is awesome. They have the preserved duck over here. They have the liver sausage with the wine, and then here's a giant piece of pork belly, preserved pork belly. So wow, they have 4 different kinds of preserved meats here. This is really awesome. Next, we have this big piece of pork. I'm thinking that there's probably some salted fish integrated into this patty. I won't know until I try it. We're gonna eat it very soon. Okay, it's time to try the clay pot rice, my favorite, and it's still nice and hot. Now, we're gonna try the pork patty first. Now, this is actually a pretty big piece. Look how big this is. This is like 4 inches by 3 inches. Let's try the meat, see the quality. Immediately, I'm hit by the salted fish flavor. It should be nice and strong, and it is. Another thing that I taste is that the pork patty is super bouncy, super supple. That's the way it should be. Well, for restaurant quality. Sometimes if you make this at home, you won't put that softening agent into the pork patty, but this one they did and is nice and good restaurant quality meat. I just tried the rice. I can tell you that the rice, when you make this rice, sometimes some places ladle some oil into the rice as it cooks. I can taste that oil. The oil, I believe it tastes like pork fat, but then again, it could be the fat from the preserved meats. But in any case, it's super aromatic, super savory. The rice grains are very nicely oiled and slippery. Delicious. Let's move on to the preserved porks. We're gonna try the pork belly first. Let's try this. Delicious. Very generous. That was a thick cut slice. That preserved pork is excellent. It's not too hard. Sometimes when it's not cooked well enough, it becomes rock hard, but this is not rock hard. It's nice and chewable. It's the perfect texture. Next, we'll try the Chinese sausage or the lapsang. It's good. They cut it into super thin slices, like paper thin, which is good. Taste that lapsang. Not overly oily, It's not the super oily type of lobster. It's just, there's fat, but not a crazy amount of fat. Next, we're gonna try the preserved duck. This is what the preserved duck looks like. This piece is usually pretty hard, but let's see if this is nice and soft. Wow. Once again, the texture is perfect. It's not too hard, not too soft, just right. See, the danger of these preserved meats is that sometimes the preserved meats are kind of hard, but they cooked it right. They prepared it right. It's really nice. I really like it. Finally, the last component of this dish that I'm going to try is the liver sausage. Usually there's some wine in here. Let's try this. That's interesting. The liver sausage actually tastes a little bit like the regular Chinese sausage. There's not much difference in flavor. Usually there's a markedly different flavor. It's usually more gritty, but this has the exact same texture as the regular Chinese sausage. Very interesting. As I'm eating more of this clay pot rice, this place is the best I've had this year. I have to say that everything is done correctly. I mean, every element from the preserved meats cooked perfectly, perfect texture, not too hard, not too soft. The texture of the pork is perfect. It's nice and squishy and bouncy, and with that salty fish flavor that we're all looking for. This is the complete dish, and this is easily the best I've had this year. And I don't know, if you come here, this needs to be the main dish that you order here. I think that they're known for this dish here. They put it in the front page of their menu, and they do it for a reason. Now I'm going to show you a big treat. I'm going to show you, do the big review of the crispy rice. Look at that. Look at that crispy rice on the bottom. That is quite amazing. I'm going to dig up even more of that. Look at that crispy rice. This is what you're here for. This is the thing that sets this dish apart from anything else. Look at that. Look at that beautiful crispy rice. This is why I love this dish so much. Okay, let's try the crispy rice. This is one big chunk of it. This is like eating a Chinese bagel. Crisp on the outside, soft and chewy on the inside. Absolutely delicious. Okay, the meal is over, and what can I say about this meal? If you want to come here and try the best clay pot rice, Odaipan, you really need to come here. What I know about this place is that many years ago, it was named something different. I'm not sure if the owners are the same, but I remember coming here before and had the same good experience with the clay pot rice. I've tried it today and things haven't changed. It's still excellent. I still think it's the best in Chinatown until proven otherwise. There were so many different things on that menu that I could have tried. It's only a 4-page menu, but it goes through all the favorite one-plate dishes. You could have congee, you could have plate rices, you can have roast meats, you can have clay pot rices, and other things like curry dishes. I think this is a good place to come if you want a quick meal done the right way. It's classic Cantonese comfort food, and it's open probably, I believe, if I look at the menu, yeah, it's open to 8:45 pretty much every night except for Thursdays. Come here if you want to get a quick, fresh, hot Cantonese meal. And it's not that crowded because not many people know about this place. If you're traveling to New York and you're coming to Chinatown for some cheap, good eats, please follow my channel. I have a list of Cantonese restaurants actually throughout New York City, but a lot of them are in Chinatown. So check out my channel, subscribe, and look at those restaurants because I'm sure there's a restaurant in my channel that you might like. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in my next video. The final bill before tip is $37.01.
Have you ever tried a Chinese cuisine that has always been hiding in plain sight but has never been openly promoted? Today, I'm taking you to a new restaurant that has recently made its debut in New York City, showcasing Taishanese or Hoisan cuisine. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Yuanzaibing is a Chinese restaurant featuring Taishanese cuisine with a side of traditional Cantonese food. The lines between these two cuisines have always been blurred because they occupy the same region in southern China, adjacent to Hong Kong. Today, I'm going to show you a few dishes that I think highlight the cuisine and also describe some of the flavors and foods common in Taishanese cuisine. Also, stick around till the end when I'll reveal the star of the show. The kitchen is open, so let's go!
Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm at a very special place. This is my first review ever of a Taishanese restaurant. For those of you who don't know, Taishanese is a region, or Taishan is a region in China that's in Guangdong province. And most of the early immigrants to the United States came from Taishan. So I'm proud to say that my family history is Taishanese. So Taishan can also be called Taishan, Hoisan, Toisan. Yeah, so there's many different ways that you can see it spelled, but this particular restaurant actually has a certification from Taishan. So it would be very interesting to see the types of food that they offer on their menu. Okay, today the restaurant that we're visiting is called Yuanzaibing. Yuanzaibing is the official name of this restaurant. I don't know how to read the Chinese, but that's what it's called. And you could also find that on Google. Also, the restaurant is known as King Kong, which is kind of funny. But the funny thing is that when we come in here, most of the, almost all the servers here and the waiters are wearing shirts that say Yuanzaibing, not King Kong. So I think it's a better route for you to look up Google using Yuanzaibing instead of King Kong. So what we're going to do is that we're going to take a look at the menu. I'm going to point out to you which dishes are specifically Taishanese. And yeah, we're just going to go through the menu and find out what they serve. Okay, now let's take a look at the menu. This menu is actually the takeout menu, but their in-house menu is covered in plastic, so it's exactly the same menu as this one. So let's take a look at what's inside. Now I'm gonna open up the menu, and it's in 4 sections. The first section of the menu are the appetizers. The appetizers are pretty much salads and also some fried dishes. So here's some salt and pepper dishes over here. We have some soup, and these particular soups are basically Cantonese types of soups, like West Lake soup, egg drop soup, things of that sort. Then we have some casseroles. Now this casserole is very interesting because it contains a combination of some Taishanese dishes and also Cantonese dishes, mainly Cantonese. They call it yot toi, which is Cantonese. Next we have the vegetable dishes, and then we have chicken dishes, and these are mainly Cantonese. Then we have the beef and lamb dishes, and then we have seafood dishes over here. Live seafood, all at special prices. So you have things like king crab, Dungeness crabs, freshwater eel, things of that sort. And then over here we have some more Cantonese stuff like noodle soups, seafood noodle soup, beef brisket noodle soups. You have rice and noodles over here in the next section, which include the ifu noodles, the lo mains, the pan-fried noodles, and things of that sort, including chow fun and lo mein. Now I must point to your attention this particular section. This particular section is what makes the restaurant. These are all the roast meats from Taishan, and these are called 5-spice dishes. So all these meats, the duck, the goose, the pork belly, the pig ear, chicken wings, pig intestines, they're all flavored with that 5-spice. And this is very specific to Toisan or Taishan. And this section is the most important in this menu. So we're gonna order a lot from this section. Next, we have the lunch specials. The lunch specials are served between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. every day. We have this, and there's over 37 selections. And these are cheaper options if you want to add a protein. And in fact, some of the proteins that you can add are actually from this section. So if you want a cheaper version of it, get your meats over here. I made an interesting observation about this restaurant. It's Sunday afternoon and it's very crowded. And I noticed a lot of the people here at the restaurant are old-timer Taishanese speaking people. And there are a lot of old people here, or the elderly here. So I think this particular place, the word has spread, and a lot of the old-timers who still speak Taishanese or Cantonese are coming here. So yeah, it's really true. I would say 80 to 90% of the people here are probably over 60. We ordered the 5-spice pig ear. Now the 5-spice pig ear consists of basically pig ears. Now the portion that they gave us is pretty generous. I think this is about 8 inches wide of pig ear. You have the larger pieces on the right and the tips of the ear on the left. So let's take a look. Now the pig ear is usually notable because of this cartilage over here. The cartilage is the white piece and it's braised. So basically it makes the skin, the braising makes the skin nice and soft and easy to eat. And when you eat this, there's going to be a delightful crunch from the cartilage. So yeah, you're going to get varied pieces. The further along you get from this ear, you're going to get more cartilage and less skin. So you can basically pick and choose the pieces that have more skin. And this should be good because it's braised in soy sauce. Okay. I'm going to try the pig ear, the 5-spice pig ear. Now, this is what it looked like. I took the pig ear from the very far end of it because I wanted more of the skin. So if you look at this, this is nice brown braised pig ear. And when you braise it, it should be tender. Let's give it a try and see what the textures are like. This is delicious. Now, you have the chewiness of the skin and the crunchiness of the cartilage. What stands out is the flavor. The flavor is so good. The braising liquid has the right amount of soy sauce savouriness with a little bit of sweetness to it. It's so good. I've had this dish before, homemade. I rarely have this purchased from a restaurant, but this is such a good version of it. The flavors are definitely homemade, and my parents used to make it. I told you I'm Taishanese. So yes, the flavor is excellent. Definitely homemade, and it is really nice. We ordered the 5-spice goose. The 5-spice goose is a specialty of Taishan. I think it's a very big piece. You can tell because the piece is the goose leg, and look how long it is. And this goose leg has to be at least 7 to 8 inches long. And I can tell there's plenty of meat here. If you take a look at the meat, take a look at this. Take a look at that beautiful goose meat. Now, this is dark meat. Most fowl, which is duck and goose, are going to be similar. They're probably going to be very juicy. Now, the skin is roasted, and this actually, I think, is roasted and braised. It's not exactly crispy. So there's that braising stock on the outside, so it's not a crispy skin. But if you take a look at this, this is actually a really beautiful piece of leg. We ordered the quarter leg because the entire goose is going to cost a lot of money. If I'm not mistaken, I think half a goose is already $40. So we wanted to save a little money, and we ordered a quarter, which is what the waiter had suggested. I can't believe I'm going to the pièce de résistance so soon. And that pièce de résistance is the roast goose. Now, people who go to Hong Kong love Hong Kong roast goose. It has nice crispy skin, very expensive, and a lot of people love it. So in Chinatown, New York's Chinatown, there's very few places that serve roast goose. Now, this particular roast goose isn't the Hong Kong style roast goose. It's the Taishanese roast goose, which is more of a braised roast goose. So I took a piece of the roast goose leg, and look how huge this is. This piece from top to bottom is about 3.5 to 4 inches. It's huge. So when something is that huge, can it be tender? We're gonna find out. Okay. I can tell you that roast goose, it is indeed tender. I wouldn't say melt in your mouth tender. On a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it maybe a 7. But the flavor is definitely there. You can taste the braising stock, and the braising stock is soy sauce based. And also, another interesting thing about this flavor is that it seems that it's not salty. It has a light salt, which is really good. So it has that 5 spice, it has some salt, it has that salt from the soy, but the braising, the flavor is not salty, not super salty. It's just the right amount, and that's what differentiates this. This is really delicious. Now, I'm gonna do something different. I'm going to take this meat, I'm going to dip it into some of the sauce that is on the bottom of that plate. On the bottom of the plate, there's some sauce to it. So let's taste it with the braising liquid. That braising liquid is heaven. It is so good. The braising liquid, when I dip the goose leg into it, it's very earthy. It gives a nice, deep, almost a sweet earthiness flavor to it. What I can say is that even though the roast goose is $38 a pound, no, I think $28 a pound is expensive. That's to be expected with roast goose. It's still worth it. And over here, they allow you to get a quarter of a roast goose. So you definitely should try this, especially if you're in New York, because this isn't very common. I was able to pick up a business card for Yuanzaibing. Once again, it's not King Kong. If you take a look at their business card, it says Yuanzaibing. And apparently there are 4 locations in New York. The location that I'm in is on Mott Street in Manhattan's Chinatown, and it's the first Manhattan location. I'm taking a look at this business card, and 3 of their locations are in Brooklyn. If you live in Brooklyn, you have a lot of options, but if you're touring Manhattan, definitely come here, because this is definitely interesting old-time Chinese food. Now take a look at the 5-spice duck. Now the 5-spice duck, I believe, is also roasted and braised too. Look at the skin, it's nice and soft. Doesn't need to be crispy, it's nice and soft. It's braised. We're hoping that all that flavor is seeped into that meat. Now, this particular dish is half a duck. I think it's about $22 if I'm not mistaken. They give you the breast, the back. Now this is the leg. Yeah, this is the back and this is the breast. So let's take a look at the breast and see the quality of the meat. Now, if you look at the meat, once again, almost all the meat in a duck is considered dark meat, and so it's going to be nice and juicy. What we aim for is that the braising liquid goes right into the meat. So here's another interesting thing. They seem to have given us half of the duck head, so this is actually a duck head. So duck head, the leg, the back, the breast. So this is a huge portion from left to right. This is about maybe 14 inches, so it's really big and a good deal. The next dish I'm going to try is another roast meat. Now, this particular one is a braised 5-spice duck. We are having the goose today, but I also wanted to try the duck, also in the same family. So we're going to try the breast. And before I put this on my plate, I dipped it into the sauce that's in the plate of duck. So here it goes. Let's give it a try. Wow, that is delicious. This duck, I tried the duck breast. The duck breast is maybe a 9 out of 10 in terms of juiciness. It's so moist. The flavoring of the duck is similar to the goose. Basically, the braising stock is the same, but the juiciness factor is a little higher on the duck. Absolutely delicious. Now, what I'm going to do is that I'm going to try the duck leg. Now, here's a piece of the leg, and this one's much smaller. It's about 2.5 inches, the way that they slice it. So let's give this a try. And since it slipped out, I'm going to use my fingers. Here goes.
I wish you can try it. I wish you were right here with me to try this stuff. Once again, a 9 out of 10 in moistness. Not only that, the duck leg has a bit of springiness to it. Such a pleasant mouthfeel. So delicious. I swear it's gonna be hard to figure out which one is the star of the show. Their braised meats, their 5 spice specialties, Taishan specialties are amazing. Now let's try the back. Same story. The back has more skin than meat, but it's absolutely delicious. Flavor has totally penetrated into the meat on all 3 of the pieces I had. I highly recommend this dish. I wanted to talk a little bit more about Taishanese people, about their language, the culture, and also the food. So basically, the Taishanese basically were one of the earliest outward migrating Chinese people in Chinese history. And they landed in many places, a lot of English-speaking places. So you find Taishanese people in Australia, New Zealand, in America, and parts of perhaps Europe, and all over Southeast Asia. But the most important part of their history is that they helped build the Transcontinental Railroad. I remember years back, I went to Yosemite and some towns along Yosemite, and what was interesting was that I went to a lot of tiny little town museums, and a lot of these places had artifacts of Chinese who were there. And when you look at some of the artifacts, you can tell that a lot of them were classically Chinese. There were basically robes that were worn, beautiful silk garments, accounting books, those types of artifacts. And most of those people came from Taishan or the surrounding areas in Guangdong, more of the Cantonese people. So yeah, they have a very long history in America. Now, in terms of the language, Taishanese, when I grew up, my experience was that a lot of people who spoke Taishanese at home actually spoke Cantonese when they were outside of their house. So what happened is that it seemed that the language that was more accepted outside of the home was Cantonese. So you have a lot of hybrid Taishanese, Cantonese speakers in Chinatown. Let's talk a little bit about the food. The food in Chinatown during the 70s and 80s, some restaurants had the Taishanese element. So what I mean by that? What I mean is that you might have fan rice rolls, especially beef rice rolls or pork rice rolls, with a hint of dried tangerine. And that is something that is a very Taishanese type of flavor. And back in the 70s and 80s, you found restaurants that served it that way. Also, you have restaurants that served Chinese like fried dishes. I would say they're more like snacks, like dumplings that were things like gai long, or basically they're fried dumplings. There are also things like silver needle noodles. That's very Taishanese. There's also other dishes, things that escape me that I can't remember. Oh yes, one thing that I can remember is something called Fei Mei Hong, which is like a 4-flavor soup. So that's a Taishanese soup that usually comes with some lunch boxes in Chinatown. So yeah, there's a lot of Taishanese influence. Slowly but surely, it's gone away, I would have to say. So finding this restaurant, coming here to Yuanzaibing is very interesting because there has never been a restaurant that actually focused an entire section of their menu on Taishanese food. So I'm really, being Taishanese, I'm actually pretty proud of that. I'm glad that they've done this, and it's really good to know that the history and culture is being preserved in such a way. Okay, this dish is called the yellow eel clay pot rice. Now this is also called wonton in Taishanese. Now this particular dish is yellow eel. So if you take a look at the pieces of eel, you see that the eel skin is kind of black,
And then what they do is that they pick this eel meat and eel skin right off the eel, and they take out the bone, and then you're left with this spongy, soft meat, which I believe they stir fry and they put into this rice. Now, this particular rice is considered a bo dai fan. So I'm not sure if there's going to be crust on the bottom. We're going to find out later on. But it seems to me that they've stir-fried this with some soy sauce and also some aromatics. I believe I see some, maybe some Chinese celery and maybe some scallions in here. And let's see what else they have in here. Yeah, it actually seems pretty simple. There doesn't seem to be much else in here. But this particular dish, you can have the smaller version or the bigger version. This particular version is $38. The larger one, I believe, might be $20 more. So I'm just eyeballing it, and in circumference, I mean, in diameter, it looks like it's 9 to 10 inches wide. So this can easily feed 4 to 5 people from what I can see. We're gonna give this a try very soon. Okay, now he's serving the yellow eel. This is called the yellow eel clay pot rice. Wonton bo doi fan, that's what it's called in Taishanese. So we're gonna give this a try. We ordered the most famous Taishanese dish ever. So the most famous Taishanese dish ever is the yellow eel clay pot rice. So this is what it looks like. Yellow eel. They chopped it up into little bits, and basically we're left with the skin and the meat. So we're gonna give this a try. It looks like a very simple dish with some cilantro, eel, and rice. Let's try this. First, the eel. And the eel is exactly what I felt it would be. It just tastes like the meat. It's boneless. They did a good job picking out the bones, and it's actually nice and springy. It has a lot of the cilantro flavor and some scallion flavor, so it's actually really good. So there's not a lot of ingredients in here, so I'll be very quick in reviewing this dish. So let's try the rice. The rice looks excellent. There's all these greens in here. Let's try it. Soy sauce flavor, Chinese cilantro, very aromatic and not too salty. Good amount of soy sauce in here. So that mixed with the yellow eel is very nice. Now, let's talk about the quality of the rice. It's interesting. It looks like it might be a combination of long grain rice with the Vietnamese broken rice, because you can tell the Vietnamese broken rice by the size of the grains, and I think they mixed some of that in. Yeah, the rice is super high quality. You know, when rice is done right, there's a nice chew to the rice. It's nice and bouncy. This one has it. So we're getting high quality rice. We're getting a fresh ingredient in the yellow eel, and we're getting the aromatics of that cilantro. So good. And you know, this rice, even if it didn't have the eel, this would be totally delicious. I love it. For a high priced dish, I think it's worth it. One thing that I need to mention is that the yellow eel is not dominant in flavor. People really order it, I think, to enjoy the texture of the eel. So yeah, combined with this rice is a very nice neutral dish with bursting with flavor. Here's one thing that I forgot to mention about this yellow eel clay pot rice. Here's a taste of tangerine peel, tunpei or tinpei. This particular dish has a slight aroma to it, and for those of you who know, tangerine peel is a very Taishanese ingredient because you see it all over southern China, especially in Taishan. So yeah, this is really localized. Very nice. There's another thing that I forgot to mention about the clay pot eel dish. There's nong, or the crispy bits on the bottom of that clay pot. It's there, and there's a lot of it. We ordered the tofu and lamb stew. Now, this is a stir-fried dish that's supposed to be served in a clay pot, but in this case, they decided to serve it in a plate. So we have this tofu. It's a dried tofu, which is usually very long. It's called fuzhou, or fuzhou, if you want to say it in Taishanese. And we have some ginger here. We have some scallions here. And then we have some lamb. Now, the lamb here appears to be a lamb shank, a lamb leg. And you can see over here, it comes with a bone. And then there are other pieces of lamb here that have some more of the fatty pieces. So over here, I think they may have just fallen off of the leg. Here's some more of the leg bone here. Here's a piece of the skin. So this particular dish, once again, is pretty generous. I say from left to right, 12 inches. These are big. I mean, these dishes are not bargains. I mean, I think this dish is maybe $28, but you're getting a lot of food. Oh yes, and from top to bottom, from here to here, about 6 to 7 inches. So yes, you're getting a lot of food, but you're also paying a lot. So I can't wait to dig my teeth into this, because once again, it's one of those dishes that are really Taishanese from Toisan. The next dish that we ordered is the lamb and tofu stick. The tofu stick in Cantonese is called fuzhou, and in Taishanese is called fuzhou. This particular dish is totally braised. What they do is that they reconstitute these dried fuzhou in water, and then they cook it in the braising stock. So let's try the tofu stick first. This is the taste of Taishan. It has some of that oyster sauce, a little sweetness. It has a low amount of saltiness. But usually I love salt. But you know, in Taishanese cuisine, there doesn't need to be so much salt because the flavor is so there, especially in the braising. The next item that I'm going to try is the actual lamb shank. Now here's the lamb. Here's the leg bone right here. I'm going to use my fingers, so I hope you don't mind. Let's try this. This has a large piece of skin along with meat. Okay. Now, what I can say about this dish is that just imagine an oxtail. An oxtail usually is nice and crumbly and all oily, filled with fat. This lamb is not that way. It's tender. You can chew it. The skin also tender, not rubbery. But the difference is that if they wanted this lamb shank to be much more tender, they would need to braise it for maybe 2 or 3 more hours. But the flavor itself is good. It has that, once again, that braising stock, that soy, oyster sauce flavor, and it's all there. But I have to say that this particular dish could use a little more of the braise, maybe 1 or 2 more hours to make this a little more soft, a little more tender. This particular lamb, pretty good quality, pretty big piece. So yeah, I think this is a very good homemade flavor dish. It could just be a little more tender, but this is excellent in terms of flavor. This dish is called pan-fried noodle fish with egg. It was very interesting because we know other fish in Chinese cuisine called silverfish, but this particular fish is called noodle fish, and they look similar. They're both white, and let's break this open and let's take a look. Now, yeah, the color looks the same, but the difference is that with the other type of white fish, the little baby fish that you get, usually has like a silver streak or a bone in the middle. This particular one is completely white. So it looks very interesting. It's probably something that I've never had before. What they do is that they fry this fish and then they pour an egg batter right over it, and then they basically make an egg omelet out of this dish. So it's going to be very interesting. Seasoned with only some salt, and I can't wait to see what this is going to taste like, because to me, truly, this is something that I've never tried before. I had something similar, but this is something new. The next dish I'm going to try is the noodle fish fried with egg. Now this is basically an egg omelet with noodle fish. So let's see what it's like. Okay, I'm eating the noodle fish itself. They didn't really put that much salt into the noodle fish, so it tastes actually pretty plain. But the fish itself is not very oily. It basically tastes like flaky white fish. We're going to try the fish with the egg, see what it's like. Okay, it's interesting. The fish isn't fully cooked. It has that nice little underdoneness to the egg, which makes it nice. what's interesting is that the more I'm eating the noodle fish, it has a slightly bitter flavor to it. There's a slightly bitter flavor to it, but it's not horrible bitter. It's just like a slight undertone to it. I'm not sure if this is normal for this type of fish, but yeah, it's very interesting. Another thing that I should mention about the noodle fish itself is that it's almost like a flaky white fish. So yeah, it's a very interesting dish. A little different from the regular silverfish omelets that you would get at Chinese restaurants, Cantonese restaurants. But yeah, this is actually pretty good because the texture is a bit different from the silverfish. And now's the time for your favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today, we had so many good things. We had roasted meats, we had some cooked dishes, basically a lot of interesting dishes, including an expensive $38 dish. So, what is the star of the show? What is the star of the show? And to me, the star of the show, and this isn't by a mile, but this is, to me, kind of clearly the star of the show, and that is the roast duck. Now, this particular duck, the 5-spice duck, is the star of the show because this duck has the perfect amount of moistness, it has the delicious braising liquid, and also it goes fantastically with rice. The flavoring, the seasonings, everything you can imagine that's in a good duck is in this duck. It's different also because it's not roast duck Cantonese style. This is roast duck Taishanese style. So if you want something that's totally different from Cantonese style roast duck, you really should try this dish. This is something special, and it's not too expensive. Give it a try. I know you want it. The meal is over, and what an amazing meal. This is the first time I've been to a restaurant dedicated to Taishanese food. And you know, Taishanese is not a very well recognized, it's almost like a hidden Chinese. What I'm so happy about in finding this place is that this particular restaurant finally offers a showcase for this type of food. There are some YouTubers who are pretty famous who are Taishanese, and the one that comes straight to mind is Made with Lao. Now, the Made with Lao channel is presented as serving Cantonese food, but what I really like about their recent videos is that they lean into that Taishanese heritage that Mr. Lau has. Now, Mr. Lau, he speaks some Taishanese in his channel. I really love that. And, you know, there's no need to hide that you are Taishanese. And I feel that sometimes, you know, things get muddied. You know, Cantonese people and Taishanese people, we both come from the same region, but sometimes it gets muddied. And, you know, it's good that someone is showing their background, their history, and their food, the delicious things that are offered in their cuisine. So, yes, this particular restaurant offers all of that. Also offers a good Cantonese menu, but today we focused on those Taishanese dishes. And if you have a chance, come here. It's been open for only about 2 months. This is July of 2025, so they're still brand new. Show them some support, and as I've shown you, the food is really good, so you should give it a try. Thanks for watching the Minute Review Show. If you like this channel, please subscribe, share, and like this video. And also, if you would like to support this channel, you can buy me a coffee. The link is on the bottom, or join my channel for as little as $3 a month. I would greatly appreciate it if you can support this channel. Until the next video, thank you, and I'll see you again very soon. The final bill before tip is $132.75.
What is it like eating at the most hyped wonton restaurant in New York City? I'm about to find out this and more as I try wontons, dumplings, and other side dishes inside New York's famous Maxi's Noodle restaurant. Hi, this is Arthur from the Mint Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. I'm eating at Maxi's newest location in Manhattan's Chinatown. It's their third overall, and on the main tourist area in Chinatown, Mott Street.
I'm so excited to try for the first time their renowned wontons. Come eat with me and let's take a look. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today, you won't believe this, I'm at Maxi's Noodles. Maxi Noodles number 3. This is the brand new location that was just opened in Chinatown, Manhattan's Chinatown, back in January. And this is my first trip here. In fact, this is my first trip at any Maxi's. I'll tell you a quick story. About 2 weeks ago, I went over to the original location on 39th Avenue in Flushing, and boy, was that line long. It was so long. It looked like it was halfway down the block, and that store is really small, so I don't think there's going to be a lot of turnover at the tables, so I wasn't prepared to wait an hour. So I just gave up and went to another restaurant, but I'm so excited today to be able to come to one of the 3 Maxis and get a seat. One other thing that you should know is that there's another location, I believe, closer to the Long Island Expressway, and that one usually has seats from what I hear. So if you want to go to a place that has less competition for seats, you should go to that location. As usual, today I'm going to order a variety of dishes, not a large variety, but a variety of dishes, and we'll go see what they taste like, see how they are. One other thing that I should mention is that the menu concentrates on dumplings. So since they concentrate on dumplings, we're going to order, the majority of the stuff that I will order will be dumplings. And now's the time to take a look at the menu. And this menu seems like a make it do-it-yourself type of menu. So over here you have a choice between the different types of noodles. You have the regular duck egg noodle, flat rice noodle, vermicelli, and udon. And then here's a whole bunch of toppings: wonton dumpling, dace fish ball, jajang fried fish skin, beef stew, and beef tendon. And then over here you have noodle soups. And I think this is the noodle, these are the bases that you're ordering from. So you can see that there's a cash price and a credit card price. Over here you can choose 1 topping, 2 toppings, or 3 toppings. And those are all your options. Next you have what they call popular items. So this is the wonton noodle soup. You have the wonton dumpling and dace fish ball noodle soup, and a whole bunch of other options here. Then you have over here the appetizers. Fried fish skin, I hear, is pretty popular. Then you have the curry fish ball, you have vegetables, and then you have some vegetables with lettuce topped with jajang, and also beef stew, and some more items. You also have drinks over here, so I'm going to order one of these. And then next we have a just the pure soup, so you can order one of these 3 toppings, these 3 dumplings in soup at various prices with these various add-ons. When I arrived at my table, I found 3 different items that were placed on top of the table, and one is the white pepper, as you can see here. Next is the red vinegar that you can see here. And finally, we have a hot sauce. So this is what it looks like. Now, when you take a look at the hot sauce, it is not bright red as you normally see with other hot sauces. This appears to be some kind of homemade concoction. The color is actually like a brownish color, not a red color. And you see a lot of like little pepper seeds in here. So yeah, we're gonna give this a try later on. I'll give you the flavor profile of it. The next dish that's pretty famous here is the fish skin, the fried fish skin. Now this fish skin appears to be dunked into some kind of batter, and it actually looks like a tempura. And when I look at it, it even looks like fried seaweed. In any case, I've been told, or the menu says, that this is fish skin, and you're given a container that's pretty, fairly big, and it looks super crunchy. It's not warm. This may go very well with the noodles, and from what I've seen, this is considered a topping for the soup noodles. Okay, I'm so excited to try our first dish. The first dish is considered an appetizer and also a topping. They're known for this fish skin. Now, this is sort of like a lunch plate. You know, it's about, let's say, about 5 inches long. So these pieces of fish skin, yeah, I would say are about 4.5 to 5 inches long. Totally crispy. It's not warm, so it's been fried for a while. So here goes. I immediately taste the fishiness of the skin. It has definitely a seafood flavor to it. The skin is extremely crunchy, extremely crunchy. Could I say crunchier than a potato chip? It is that way. What's nice about this is that you would think the batter would make this super thick, but it's not super thick. It still retains a very thin profile, like as thin as a potato chip, surprisingly. You do taste a little bit of oiliness in it, but it's not bad. It's not overwhelming. There's a little bit of hint of oiliness to it. There's a touch of salt in it, not overly salted, which is appreciated. So yeah, I think this is actually pretty good. And I can see how you can put that into soup and it'll be a good dish. I ordered a Hong Kong style lemon tea, and the lemon tea looks pretty good. It's a dark colored tea with 2 slices of lemon, and I'm very curious to see if this tastes like the really famous Hong Kong lemon tea that I get at the Hong Kong style Taishanese or the Hong Kong cafes. One of my all-time favorite Hong Kong style drinks is lemon tea. I always find these to be really good at Taishanese. They offer a variety of Hong Kong drinks here. Over here it's called Hong Kong style drinks, so let's give this a try and see what it's like. Okay, this is good. This is very good. It's not overly sweet, but it's sweet enough to cut through the lemon. The tea, if you could take a look at the color, it's dark, but not super dark. I've had Hong Kong teas that were darker than this, but this is just right. I mean, it just hits the point where this is identifiably a Hong Kong style lemon tea. And once again, it has that nice tannic flavor that Hong Kong teas tend to have. And this one is a good version. Okay, I ordered the beef brisket. Now this is the stewed beef brisket, and is definitely made with brisket. And this order is actually pretty big. I'm putting my chopsticks in here, and I would say that I'm getting about like 2 inches deep into this bowl. And then I also see some lettuce here. So on the bottom there's a bed of lettuce, on the top is the brisket, and judging from the tenderness of the beef, it's really soft. Now, when I look at this closely, I think this is probably beef shank and also some tendon. So perhaps it's not brisket, it's just beef shank and tendon. Let me poke around and look around, and yeah, the more it looks more like a shank dish, beef shank dish. Comes with a lot of sauce, so we're gonna give this a try very soon. Okay, the next dish that I ordered, and I'm treating this as an appetizer, but this is actually pretty big. This is in a 6x6 inch container. This is one of the more expensive dishes. Just take a look. Actually, it's almost $20, but there's a lot of beef in here. So you have the lettuce, and then you have the beef. So I'm going to take the piece that looks like a shank, which is this one. I'm going to dip it into some of that gravy. So here goes. I have to say, with this type of shank, you really have to braise it for a while. This one has the Chinese spices in beef shank. It's very similar to a beef brisket, which is the traditional Cantonese beef brisket. It has exactly the same flavors, which are the Chinese spices. Yeah, that piece of beef is totally tender.
because the shank incorporates some of that tendony parts inside the meat. It's a combination of meat and also the tendony parts. Very delicious and done very well because it's nice and soft. Now I'm going to try the lettuce. Okay, the lettuce tastes like lettuce. It absorbs that broth that it's served in, and that broth is perfectly salted. Not too much, not too little, just right. Let's continue. We're going to try this part. I'm not sure what this is. This might be the lining of the shank. It's more like a stretchy, rubbery part of it. I don't know exactly what it's called, but let's try this, see if it's tender. I need to chew it a little more, but yes, it tastes fine. Even though it's more chewy, it absorbs the flavors of the broth. Nice Chinese spices. Also, I'm picking up another flavor that's in this broth, and that flavor is ginger. So that's surprising. I actually tasted some ginger in this. I'm gonna work on this, and I'm going to enjoy this nice, soft, and supple beef. Very nice. And I know if I ordered noodles with it, it would go well with the noodles. I almost forgot that there are two other pieces of beef that I haven't tried yet. It's the tendon, which is this, okay? And also, actually this is tendon also, but there are two distinct pieces. So let's try the tendon. First piece, I bit through it like butter. Very, very tender. Next, this one looks a little thicker. Let's see if it's as soft. Super tender, super good. The gravy goes perfect with the more softer pieces of tendon. And yeah, delicious. The reason why we came here is because of this dish. This is the 3-topping noodle. It's not the wonton noodle, but it's the 3-topping noodle. And the reason why I ordered this is because I wanted to make sure that I got a taste of all 3 of the different dumplings that they offer here. So you have the regular wonton noodles on the bottom. Over here, you have what appears to be the large wonton that they were famous for. Here you have a dumpling. And then over here, the darker one, I believe, is the dace dumpling. So those of you who do not know what dace is, it's a fish that is famous in Southern Chinese culture. This is actually truly a dumpling because there's no wrapping on it. There's no skin. The wonton has the traditional skin on it, and also the dumpling also has the traditional skin. The soup over here looks like a traditional wonton soup, the color. I can actually smell the fishiness, seafood smell from the broth. So I can't wait to give this a try. We're gonna try this and see how it is. Okay, now's the most exciting part of this meal. This is why we came to Maxi's. We're going to open up each one of these three main dumplings that they have. So we'll start with their most famous. Their most famous is the wonton. So the wonton is a round ball with the skin. And let's break this open. Now I'm gonna try to do this carefully, but there might not be an elegant way to do this without forcing it or using my fingers. So yes, if you take a look at this, you can easily see that this appears to be an entire wonton that's made out of shrimp. It's all shrimp, and it's quite gigantic. So I estimate this is maybe 1.5 to 1.25 inch wide. We're gonna try that after I show you what's inside of these dumplings. Next we have the regular dumpling. So let's break this one open. Okay. Now, when I break this open, what do I see? I see some wood ear mushrooms. Let's see. I don't see vegetables. I do see some shrimp. And I'm betting that there's probably pork in here, but I can't really tell without really destroying this dumpling, so I'll tell you later what I see. Next, we have the dace dumpling. This one comes without a skin, so it's basically a fish meatball. Let's break this open and see what it looks like. Okay. When I break this open,
I do see see the fish and specks of maybe green onion. Not sure, but I'm gonna give that a try. Yeah, we have a lot to go through. And once again, we have the noodles. I'm so excited to try the first thing in this bowl. It's the shrimp wonton. The shrimp wonton is huge. I broke it open before, so this is in 2 parts. So let's give this a try. This is very good. It's totally 100% shrimp. What's interesting about the texture of this is that the shrimp has been cut up, sort of minced in a large mince, but it feels also very squeaky and slippery. So that's a very interesting texture, because I'm thinking that they can only accomplish this by doing a big mince. At other places, they would put the entire shrimp in there and that's it. But it's interesting. It's the texture is very unique. Yeah, you're initially amazed by the size, but the texture is something to write home about. This is something that's truly different. Okay, the next one that I'm going to try is the soy gao, or the dumpling. Now, this is what the soy gao dumpling looks like. Usually at other restaurants, this would include crunchy vegetarian bits, maybe some cabbage, maybe some mushrooms. But this one, the only thing that I can visually see is the wood air. Let's try this, see what this is made of. Okay, I do taste the shrimp. That's the first thing that pops out. And yes, this is a wood air shrimp and pork soy gao, or dumpling. It's actually really tasty. As with the wonton, this has a very nice texture, nice squeaky, slippery texture. But this one is a little less so. Surprisingly, even the pork is squeaky and slippery. Wow, nice texture. So one thing that I've noticed here is that these 2 dumplings I've just tried, they really care about the texture, which is a great thing. I really think that's a good thing. Because in Chinese cuisine, texture is everything, and over here they pay extra attention to it. And I hate making comparisons, but this is on a higher level than other places. So yeah, kudos for them for caring about this. Okay, now the last item that I'm going to try is the dace dumpling. The dace dumpling doesn't have the skin, and it's basically a fish meatball with some vegetables mixed in. And I'm thinking probably aromatic stuff. So let's try this. Okay. What it tastes like is that vegetable that's in there is probably Chinese cilantro. If you are familiar with Southern Chinese cuisine, dace has a very strong fishy flavor. The fresher the dace, the less fishy, but it still has a strong fishy flavor. The meatball itself, the dumpling itself, is very dense, but chewy. One ball is gonna really fill you up, because this is like to me, this is the equivalent of a meatball. So there's a lot of meat in one ball. When I look at my dish that I'm eating, they gave me 2 wontons, 2 dumplings, and 2 fish balls. It's actually a large amount of food. This bowl of soup and noodles and dumplings is about $12.75. So yeah, this is a full and complete meal. The final component of this noodle and dumpling dish I'm going to try it is the soup and the noodles. So here's the noodles. It's been sitting here for a while, so I'll be fair about judging this. Okay. Even though this has been sitting here for 15 minutes, it's still crunchy, so I'm very happy about that. That's what makes a good noodle. This delivers nice and crunchy, good chew, and fresh. Let's try the soup. Here it goes. Okay, yes. This is conventional wonton noodle soup. It has sort of that fishy dried shrimp flavor, very nice. Yeah, on a scale of 1 to 10, I would give it maybe a 7 in terms of the fishiness. So yeah, they don't overdo it, which I appreciate. Sometimes it gets too concentrated and when it's concentrated, it actually tastes salty, so sometimes it's not that pleasant. But this is perfectly fine the way it is. Now, in one final test, I'm going to try the wonton with the hot sauce. Now, this is the hot sauce that I showed you earlier that came at my table. So here it goes. I'm going to pour it on the wonton. I'm going to pour the whole thing on. Let's try this. There's definitely a lot of heat in this hot sauce. On a scale 1 to 10, that's a 7. What's very interesting about this hot sauce is that it has a floral flavor, a sweet floral flavor. It has good saltiness to it. It's very fragrant. They really stir-fried those peppers a lot to bring out those oils and the chilies. It's nice, really delicious. It pairs perfectly with the wonton. If you can take the heat, definitely use the hot sauce with your meal. Okay, now's the time for your favorite part of the show. It is, ta-da, the star of the show. Now, today's star of the show is actually a very hard decision because it came down to two things. It's either the wonton or the dumpling or the soiga. When I thought about it, I said, what satisfied me on more points? And the item that did it was the dumpling. And the reason why the dumpling, I feel, is the best item that I had today is because it had all three of the items, like proteins that were in there. It had it had a wood ear, it had the pork, and it had the shrimp. And it had the same consistency, the same smoothness, bounciness as the wonton. Both were equally large, but you know, it's easy to give compliments to things that are large, but that dumpling was large with a purpose. It had great flavor. The two proteins played with each other in a very good way. It was really tasty. You had the seafood element and you had the meat element to it. When you throw that hot sauce on top of it, it just took it to another level. So you got texture, size, and purpose. That's why I love the dumplings. And if you order one thing when you come to Maxi's, order the dumpling or order everything. Okay, the meal is over and I want to thank you for watching with me. I hope you're doing well. I just wanted to say something about the dining room. The dining room is very narrow. This restaurant space is very narrow. It's just one long corridor of tables, and they could be put together for 2 seats, 2-seaters, 4-seaters, 6 or 8, depending on your size, your party size. But what I recommend is that you come with a smaller party because it gets crowded here. I'm here during late winter, and I was able to get a seat, but come this summer, it's going to be pretty difficult getting a seat here. So I'm not discouraging you from coming here, but just be prepared for a wait if you do come here. I should also mention that Maxi's is on 68 Mott Street. It's in the middle of the most touristic area of Manhattan's Chinatown. It intersects Bayard Street, which is another main tourist area. So, when you come here, you're going to have a lot of food options. And, Maxi's, the fact that they're here makes this an even more important place to come to. A great addition to the neighborhood. I want to thank everyone for watching the Minute Review Show. And please remember to give it a thumbs up and subscribe. We have gone well past 2,000 subscribers, and the channel continues to grow. And if you can, please tell your friends about this channel. I review a whole bunch of restaurants across New York City, mainly concentrating on Asian restaurants. In the future, we're going to go to many different types of restaurants. Please subscribe and watch and enjoy my reviews. Thank you so much, and I'll see you again very soon. The final bill is $48.61 before tip. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today we're back in Manhattan's Chinatown. I'm taking you to NB Wing Wong, one of the numerous Cantonese roast meats restaurants in New York. NB Wing Wong is located on the Bowery, a major street that leads into the Manhattan Bridge. For today's visit, I will taste a sampling of their food and show one special item that I haven't tried in over 15 years. It's something that is old school, but I'm sure you will enjoy seeing it. Come join me and see for yourself. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I am at the Bowery in Manhattan. And I'm on one of the largest streets that cuts right through Chinatown, other than Canal Street. And there's a restaurant called NB Wing Wong, NB Wing Wong restaurant. This restaurant has been around for a couple years now. There used to be several other restaurants in the same spot, but now it's one of the Wong restaurants in Chinatown. I'm going to try a variety of dishes today, and I have a feeling that it's going to be very good. And also, I'm pretty excited because I just ordered a dish that I haven't had in over probably 15 years. It's not a very common dish. It's a very, very Southern Chinese dish. And if you stay tuned, you'll see what I ordered. And you can probably tell which one I'm talking about. Wing Wong is one of those restaurants that are one of the Wong restaurants, which has roast meats and a variety of dishes that are clearly Cantonese. We're given this menu, which is the takeout menu. It also serves as the regular menu. I was told that the steamed rice crepes are only served during the daytime. It's really cheap. It's $4.50. Next, we have the congee. It's served even in the evening. Right now, it's around 6 o'clock, so they still serve that. Then we have the soup noodles. The soup noodles are basically the wonton noodle soups and all the roast meats on top of noodles. Then we have the appetizers. The appetizers are mainly the roast meats in different sizes. Then we have the barbecued dishes served over rice, different types of Cantonese noodles, which include lo mein, yi mian, just basically pan-fried noodles, the famous beef chow fan, all those types of noodles. Next, we have Hong Kong style lo mein. We have fried rice. We have our favorite one-plate dishes, which are the hot dishes served with gravy. For example, like beef and tomato, spare ribs and black bean and garlic sauce over rice, things of that sort. When we flip over the menu, we have some other items such as soups. We have pork dishes. We have standalone beef dishes. We have vegetable dishes. We have seafood. And then we have different items, chicken and duck dishes, various types of chicken and duck dishes. The first dish that has come to my table is the roast duck and roast pork combination. I specifically asked for roast pork that is bunsao, which means half thin and half fatty. So this is the roast pork. Looks like there's a pretty good portion, probably maybe 4 inches worth of roast pork. And here's our roast duck. And it looks like they give me some breast pieces. And there appears to be a slathering of some sauce here over the dish. It's readily apparent on the cabbage side of the dish. So you get the 2 meats, you get the cabbage, and then it's on top of a pile of rice. And I paid only $10 for this. And we're gonna give this a try very soon. Okay, the next dish I'm going to try is the roast pork. Now, this is what the roast pork looks like. I asked specifically for a half fat, half skinny roast pork. So we're gonna give this a try, see if it really is that type of roast pork. Very good. What I like about this is that it's not the overcooked type of roast pork where it's tough to chew. This has enough fat in it to give it a nice mouthfeel. What I notice is that it has the adequate amount of saltiness. the person who cut the roast pork actually cut it into thicker slices. I normally don't like it cut this thick, but it's okay. I think if it were cut thinner, it would be better to chew, but the flavor is there. Gosh, it's spot on. The great thing is that they pour some of that soy sauce over the duck and the pork. It's just enough to give it a little extra flavor. Not bad. Next, we're going to try the rice. Now, if you could look at the rice, you see how the soy sauce has permeated the rice. You just put enough. Very good. There's nice long grain rice. I'm not sure if it's jasmine rice because it doesn't have that aroma, but it's still good. Nice long grain rice. Cooked fresh, nice and warm. Finally, we're going to try the roast duck. This is what it looks like. Now this is from what I can tell, a breast piece. And I'm going to use my fingers. I hope you're okay with that. I'm going to try this. I'm so happy with this. It has that nice, crispy, shiny, lacquered skin. So delicious with that bit of fat on the bottom. The meat itself is so juicy. It has that conventional roast duck flavor, roast duck juiciness, and it's actually perfect. I just love it the way that they do it here. It's so satisfying. To be honest, I don't even need that soy sauce on top of the roast duck. It's great on its own. Plenty of flavor. Really love this. Here's another interesting thing that I noticed about this restaurant. A lot of the clientele here speak Taishanese. The next dish that has come to the table is the wonton soup. Now, I didn't get the noodles because it would be too filling, but looking at the wonton soup, we have wontons with cabbage. That's interesting. Normally the plain wonton soup doesn't come with any vegetables, but this one comes with cabbage, which is pretty generous. We have, let me count these wontons. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wontons. Wow. I know this dish is under $10, so this is pretty generous for a bowl of wonton soup. There's also a bit of scallions in this, chopped scallions in this dish. This is a pretty big dish. We're gonna give this a try and see if it is as good as it looks. Okay, it's time to try the wonton soup. Now I'm gonna grab a wonton here, and I may have noted that this particular wonton has the white style wrapper, not the yellow wrapper, and it gives basically the same texture, just a slightly different taste. And let's try this. Okay, the noodle, the wrapper is nice and squishy, very nice. As you can see, there's an entire shrimp in here, and there's also pork. So it's a shrimp and pork wonton. Let's try the shrimp. This wonton is great. It's seasoned perfectly. Not too salty, not too not salty. Right in the middle. And the shrimp crunches when you chew it. I love that. And the meat is not minced too finely. That's a little different. Not minced too finely. And it has a nice bite to it. I really like that. There's a difference in this, and it's delicious. Now let's try the soup and some of the vegetables. Let's try both. Okay, very good. Once again, it has that salty flavor. Now, the difference between this soup and other soups I've had is that it doesn't taste as fishy as the other types of wonton soups I've had. So, but it's still good. It's still good. It has more of a porky soup flavor than the fishy wonton soup flavor. Try some more of this cabbage. Just perfect boiled cabbage, Napa cabbage. Nothing too special, but it's something that I didn't expect in this dish. Most places, where you order these wonton, plain wonton soup bowls, you don't get any vegetables, but this place provided it. Kudos to them. Okay, let's take a look at the inside of this noodle. I just took one out of the bowl and I'm going to break it in half. And I was told that this is a shrimp and pork wonton, and there you have it. You have an entire shrimp here, and then you have a pork here. And it's the white noodle. Some wontons are made with the yellow egg wrapper, so this one is different in that aspect. Okay, this dish is something that I hadn't had in maybe 15 years. Now, this is a dish that you rarely see in social media. It's called Yuanzaibing, or silver needle noodles. Now, these noodles are rice noodles that are rolled from a dough. This particular noodle is usually hand kneaded and hand rolled. There's a big plate of this. This is a really huge plate. In this particular dish, I believe it's 4 different kinds of meats. There's chicken, there's ham, I see some mushrooms, and there might be some other stuff in here. So they did say 4 meats. Oh, I do see some roast pork here. So this is a substantially big dish. And I believe this dish is in the $15 range. So we're gonna give this a try. And I have to say, I'm really excited about this because this is the kind of dish that is so Southern Chinese that it brings back a lot of good memories for me. The last dish that I'm having is the 3-meat silver needle noodles. Now, this dish is something that I haven't had in over 15 years. It's a very regional dish. It's not found at every Cantonese restaurant. And what I can say about this dish is that it's going to be very interesting. I'm wondering how it's going to taste after not having it for so long. Now, the 3 meats that they're talking about are the chicken, the roast pork, and finally the ham, something that's not very common. You might find this in yang chow fried rice, but this is common in this type of dish. Let's try the noodles itself. See the noodles? The noodles are thick in the middle and tapered at the ends, and all the noodles are like that. Let's try this. It's wonderful. It's exactly how I remember it. How I remember it is that when you bite into the noodles, this texture is very unique. It's very bouncy, very chewy. It has a texture unlike any other Chinese noodle. It's hard to explain, but it's chewy. But if you ever try this, I think you'll like it. It's something totally different. And the fact that it's uncommon, I feel that you should come here and give this a try. Now, this particular dish is quite heavy. In fact, from what I can see here, the portions are about for 3 people. Let's get back to the flavor. Flavor is basically very mild. There's no spice in it. It's basically salt. There's actually no soy sauce. It's basically seasoned with salt. So the noodles have actually no color in it, but it's filled with flavor. The roast pork has flavor of its own. The ham has flavor of its own. The chicken, not so much. Well, before I say that, I should actually try the chicken. Let's see this. Yeah. It's white meat chicken. It's been velveted, but it's not as flavorful as the other 2 elements. There's also bean sprouts in this. Not a ton, which I appreciate. I'd rather have more noodles than the bean sprouts. Here's some shiitake mushrooms. This is delicious. Very good memories having this. Those who are watching this video are probably wondering why I'm saying such good things about silver needle noodles. The reason why I'm saying these good things is because it's a very old-fashioned kind of dish, not found in every Cantonese restaurant. In fact, you really have to go deep into Chinatown to get something like this. What I most remember about this dish is not that it's served like this. It's actually, in the past, from how I remember it was served in little dim sum plates, and you can order it as a dim sum. They would put it into a plate, they would put it into a bowl and put it upside down. We would take the bowl off, and it would be a rounded mound of silver needle noodles, and that would be one order of dim sum. It would taste exactly the same as what I'm having today. I'm really nostalgic about this type of dish because it's something that you can find every single day in Chinatown or elsewhere. This particular dish was, from how I remember it, was found at a restaurant called Hop Shing in Chatham Square in Manhattan's Chinatown. And that restaurant, during the pandemic, closed. I'm still heartbroken by that. It's been, maybe 5 years since it closed, and it's really sad because that was one of the oldest Chinese restaurants in Manhattan's Chinatown. They served interesting things like this, the silver needle noodle. They also served the best char siu bao, the best roast pork bun. They also served things like a taro shrimp, fried taro shrimp. They also served da fun guo, which is a fried dumpling with a minced meat filling, which nobody has anymore in Chinatown. So yeah, when I look at this dish, I'm glad at least these dishes live on. I'm just waiting for the Hop Shing roast pork buns to come back. Okay, the meal is over and I had a great meal. But before I talk about the meal, I want to give a little more background as to this restaurant. NB Wing Wong has been around for probably a couple of years, 2 or 3 years. Before then, it was a Lanzhou hand-pulled noodles, the famous one that was on East Broadway. And that lasted for only a year or so. And then prior to that, it was Sing Ki. And I really love Sing Ki. I went there many times with my family, and they served great Cantonese food with the full menu. Now that this restaurant is a Wong restaurant, one of the roast meats restaurants, I want to give this a try. This is actually my first visit. I have to say I'm pretty impressed with the menu. The menu is smaller, much smaller, as with most Wong restaurants are. I really like the fact that the wonton was a bit different. It had the cabbage, which other places don't provide. It tasted really good. I like the way that they cut up the pork in that dish, and I like the freshness of the shrimp. As for the roast meats, the 2 roast meats I've had, I had the roast duck and I had the roast pig. Both were good. I would say the duck was much better than the roast pork. The roast pork, had that squishy feeling, but it wasn't as fat as I would have liked it. Didn't have that evenly distributed fat, I would say. That would make it great, but the flavor was there. The roast duck was excellent. I really loved that. Perfect lacquered skin, perfect standard roast duck flavor. Really like that. And finally, the thing that gave me the most nostalgia, the thing that I really think that you should come here for, is the Nam Fun, which is the silver needle noodles. That's something that you don't always get. That's not always available around the restaurants in Chinatown or even outside of Chinatown. It tasted exactly like what I had years ago, back when Hop Shing was around, when other restaurants were around that served it. So it's a less common dish. It's something that other people don't talk much about, and it's a hidden joy that you can order when you come here. So based on these 3 dishes, I really think you should give this place a try. And I give this place a big thumbs up. I want to thank everyone for watching my channel. If you could help me share this channel, spread the word. If you have friends coming to New York and wanting to try good Chinese food or good food, any kind of food, because I do more than Chinese reviews, please share my channel. And I hope they enjoy what I'm doing. Thank you again for watching this review, and I'll see you in the next one. Look what I found. I found a wonton with 2 shrimp, not just 1. Wow. The final bill before tip is $36.43. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Where do celebrity chefs like David Chang and the late Anthony Bourdain go for a great Chinese meal? It's Wu's Wonton King, a popular local Cantonese restaurant located on the border of New York's Chinatown and the rapidly gentrifying Lower East Side. Today, I'm going on somewhat of a hometown pilgrimage to visit this area where I've had many childhood memories. In this video, I'll give a brief history of the spot where Wu's Wonton King sits and taste their always excellent food. You don't want to miss this review. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm at one of the restaurants that I've been to ever since I was 10 years old. Now, today we're in the Lower East Side at a restaurant called Wu's Wonton King. Now, this restaurant has a long history, different owners, but long history. Back in 1984, this spot held a restaurant, Cantonese restaurant called Wing Xing. After that, it was called Wing Shun, and now it is called Wu's Wonton King. Wu's Wonton King is definitely a step up in terms of quality. I think they made that a point when they opened up Wu's Wonton King. They wanted the Cantonese food to be a little more upscale, and the prices reflect it, but the quality also reflects it. I've been here before, but this is my first review of Wu's Wonton King, and I want to share with you what they have, especially their namesake wontons. It's time to look at the Wu's Wonton King menu. Now, this menu is not huge, just a couple of pages long, but here is their food. First of all, we're going to start off with their roast meats. They have a full array of roast meats in front of the restaurant, and as you can see, they're a little more on the high side in terms of prices, but I know for a fact that they're very high quality because I've had that in the past. They even have a Peking duck. Next, we have the appetizers, which include their wonton soup, jellyfish, some cold crab, spring rolls, stuff like that. Next, we have a bunch of soups. And then we have some beef dishes. There's beef and broccoli, sa-cha beef. You have also some lamb over here, veal chops, pig intestines, beef stew. And then we have over here some poultry, which are the famous fried chicken. So you have the garlic aromatic crispy chicken, which is the daji gai, and then you have different types of chicken here. Next, you have some seafood, and these are all varied in prices, anywhere between $20 to even up to $50. And next, we have some more seafood, and these are a little more reasonably priced. They're between 20 and let's say 30. And then we have some vegetables. Vegetables range between 15 and 30. And then we have casserole dishes. And finally, we have the drinks, and then we have the fried rices and the noodle dishes. And these are all super reasonable. Most are under $20. I should add that Wu's Wonton King is actually a favorite of many celebrity chefs. Anthony Bourdain ate here before he passed away, and also David Chang, who's famous for Momofuku, he actually ate here too, and they always had good things to say about this restaurant. There is definitely a degree of notoriety here. I'll show you how good the food really is, and I'm pretty sure it's very good. Okay, the first dish that came to my table is the salt and pepper squid. Now, the salt and pepper squid over here comes in a pretty good portion. It's not gigantic, but it's not too small either. They are mainly squid bodies, not the tentacles. It appears to be dipped into a nice batter, no breading, but a batter. and they're fried to a golden brown crisp, as you can see. And also there's garlic and some scallions down here. And yeah, this is a pretty good portion. Smells very aromatic. It smells very garlicky, and I can't wait to give this a try. Okay, the first dish that I'm going to try is the salt and pepper squid. Now these are pretty big, fried to a golden brown crisp. Let's give this a try. Very good. It's been treated. It's very tender, super fresh. And I love the fact that the squid body is super thick, very thick. It has the right amount of saltiness. It's not too salty. It's perfectly in the middle. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 6 in saltiness. It's perfect. There's a perfect balance in there. Let's have another piece. There's a perfect crunch. You can taste the subtle garlicness, the subtle garlicky flavor of this salt and pepper squid. I'm telling you, this is super high quality. The balance, nothing is too extreme. It's right there in the middle, high quality and super delicious. This dish is sand ginger chicken. This particular chicken is probably made with a sand and ginger powder that's marinated in that powder. And there's some onions here, spring onions here. And there appears to be a light gravy that's put on top of the chicken. I know that sand and ginger chicken can also be made in a dry form, and the dry form would be actually pretty salty. So this one, I'm not sure how they prepared it. All I know is that there is a sauce here, so it might cut some of the saltiness out of it. We have half a chicken here, so if I pull this up, yeah, it looks very juicy. So I can't tell until I try it, and we'll get to it very soon. The next dish that I'm going to try is called sand ginger chicken. This is what it looks like. And this particular dish is made with a dry spice. I think it's called sand ginger in Chinese. Let's give this a try. It smells very gingery. Nice and smooth. Very nice. The texture of the chicken is very good. It's not overcooked. On a scale of 1 to 10 of being overcooked, I would give it maybe a 6. 10 being overcooked. It's somewhere in the middle, but a little more to the cooked side. It's very good. The dry version of this tends to be a little more salty, but this, with the broth that's placed on top of the chicken, it seems to be less salty. I can envision that sauce being added to some rice, and that would make a nice gravy for rice. That's a nice texture for chicken. That ginger, even though it says it's ginger, is a nice balanced ginger. It doesn't taste like fresh ginger. Remember, this ginger is a ginger spice, not fresh ginger flavor. But as a broth for a chicken, it's delicious. It's very good. You definitely do taste it. One final note on the chicken is that I noticed that the chicken itself is a pretty big chicken. It's not a tiny little 3-pound chicken. It looks like it's half of maybe a 4 to 5 pound chicken. I kind of like the chicken size that they provide here. Okay, the next dish is called New York's #1 wonton, which is a very funny name because they presume that it's #1. But from the looks of it, this is a very good-looking dish. It's about $15, and there are plenty of wontons in here, many different types. I can count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 different types of wontons. Now, I'm betting that this isn't just wonton. It's probably soigao, which is a different type of dumpling that's wrapped in the skin. And we're going to try a couple of these because this restaurant is called Wonton King, and their wontons should be something special. Oh, one final thing that I should mention also is that this broth looks like a pork bone broth from the color. So we're going to give this a try pretty soon. I should also mention that Wonton King provides this Cantonese type of chili sauce. It's made with oil and a bunch of chili flakes. And if you like your wontons a bit more spicy, here's your condiment. Okay, let's break open this wonton and see what's inside. Now, I can tell this is a wonton from the shape. And let's break this open. And from what I can see, this wonton has that yellow wonton wrapper. There's pork, there's shrimp in here. Looks very good. The next one that we're breaking open is what I think is a soy gal. It looks like a shrimp dumpling. So let's break this open. And wow, this appears to be half veggie and half shrimp. There's no pork in this one. It looks really good. Then here's the third dumpling. Now this one's another type of soy gal. This one looks like it's solid shrimp. And you know what? I don't think, okay. Yes, it's solid shrimp. I broke it open and there's nothing else in there. So there's, in this dish, there appears to be 3 different types of wonton. We're gonna give this a try very soon. The next dish that I'm going to try is the wontons. Now, because they call this the #1 wonton dish, and we're going to find out whether this is #1. I put everything into this little bowl that you see. I have to mention that they did add some choy sum or some Chinese veggies, Chinese greens in here. So let's try this. Okay, very nice. I'm interested in that bone broth, that pork bone broth. Let's try that. Perfect. Not too salty, not too unsalty. It's right there in the middle. And that broth is nice and deep. It has a nice deep and rich flavor. Just to add more umami to that pork bone, they even add some seaweed, extra umami. Yeah, it goes perfect with that bone broth. In fact, I would call this Chinese miso soup. Now, we're going to try the wonton. Here's the first wonton. And as we saw before, this wonton has pork and shrimp. Let's try this. That is amazing. There's something very smooth, very slippery, the texture is perfect. I don't know how to explain it. It has that nice umami to it. You can taste the pork, but there's something extra that brings out the flavor of the pork and the shrimp. It just goes so well with that broth. Let's move on to that half veggie, half shrimp dumpling that I found before.
Have fun, okay? Merry Christmas.
Did you see that? This dumpling, or wonton, or soiga, whatever you want to call it, this one is made with shrimp and watercress. That green vegetable in there tastes like watercress. It's perfect with that shrimp and pork. I think there's pork in there also. Delicious. Same texture as the wonton, but it tastes different because it has the veggie flavor of the watercress, which is a big note to that dumpling. The next one I'm going to try is the shrimp soigal, which is 100% shrimp. I cut this open and this is what it looks like. See it? It's 100% shrimp in that yellow skin, yellow wrapper. This is really good. What I like about this is that they had seasoned the shrimp. I taste the seasoning in the shrimp. The great thing about this is that some restaurants tried to overwhelm the flavor of any of these dumplings with white pepper. Well, I don't taste that white pepper in there. It might be there, but it's not overwhelmed. And the texture of the shrimp is nice and crunchy, and it's nice and fresh. Delicious. I have to say, between that broth and the quality of the ingredients, this is definitely, should I say #1? Yeah, it's #1. After digging into this bowl of wonton, I think this particular dish is meant to be shared because There is actually 10 wontons and dumplings in that bowl, and it's definitely much bigger than what you would get in an individual serving. I think that's why it's $15. The next dish that I ordered is called the crystal crab meat fried rice. Now, this comes in a fairly big portion. The rice is not soy sauced. I think they rely on probably maybe some MSG and some salt to give this some flavor. There are little bits of crab meat over here, I see over here, and they're diced into tiny little pieces, and it does look like a real crab meat, which is a huge plus. Next we have some of this brown stuff on top. I think this might be dried seafood. Not sure what the seafood is. That's what it looks like. You know, if we dig in a little bit, yeah, this definitely is a good color. It's nice and hot, so we're going to give this a try very soon. Okay, the final dish that I'm going to try here is the crab fried rice. Now, they give this fried rice a special name. It's called the crystal crab meat fried rice. Not sure why they call it crystal crab meat, but from what I can see, the crab meat is diced into tiny little pieces, and I can tell just by looking at it that it's real crab meat. So this is the bowl of rice I'm going to eat. So let's try this. Okay, this is a very balanced fried rice. Why do I say that it's balanced? Because when you make fried rice, you're trying to balance the savory parts of the fried rice. So they have some green onions in here, and they also have, from what I can taste, they have some dried seafood here, maybe dried scallops or dried shrimp, but it's all shredded up. So I'm not really sure what it is, but my guess is that it might be dried scallops. It's very good. It's very delicious. I'm looking at this and I'm tasting it. This is such a well-balanced dish. It's not overly savory. There's some salt to it, not overly salted. I can even see some eggs in here. So everything is cut up really nice and small. Nothing is in a big chunk here, which is very pleasant. That makes the dish super balanced. Here's an example of the biggest piece of crab that I found in this fried rice. It's actually kind of small, but I think it's made to be that way because everything in this fried rice is cut up into tiny little pieces, and they just want everything to be blended into equal sizes. Yes, that's fresh crab meat. This dish is definitely well balanced, and I would say, you know, as with all the dishes I tried today, all four, everything is super well balanced. There are no extremes, but they're made very well. Now it's time again for, ta-da, the star of the show. And the star of the show today, out of all the dishes I ordered, is the restaurant's namesake, wonton. Now, the reason why this is so good, I have to say, is literally everything. The umami of the pork bone broth, the seaweed, the texture of the wonton, the flavoring of the wonton, everything's so well balanced. They are truly the Wonton King. If you want to come and have great wontons, definitely come here for the wonton. Look at this. It's not too big, not too small, just right, and the flavor is amazing. This is the star of the show in my book. Okay, the meal is over, and I have to say that this is one of the best restaurants in Chinatown, bar none. Now, here's the reason why this place is so well known amongst those celebrity chefs. They've eaten here, they've said it was good. I've eaten here many times because I used to frequent this neighborhood a lot. This particular restaurant is in a neighborhood called the Lower East Side. It's at the border of Chinatown and the Lower East Side of Manhattan. This neighborhood used to be a pretty poor neighborhood, but now it's, over the past 20 years, 25 years, it's been gentrifying super fast. And it's good to know that restaurants like this are able to hang on. I have to say that this particular restaurant, I think it started like in the maybe early 2010s. And you know, it just does the job. It fits the neighborhood. It's not a super cheap restaurant, and it's not super expensive. It's affordable. You can find dishes here that you would like, but they do everything in high quality, and that's what I love about this place. When I walked here, I was thinking, wow, it's been a while since I've been in this neighborhood. I used to frequent this place a lot. Now, if you come down here, it's not too hard to get to. Just take the F train down to East Broadway, come up, and boom, it's right there. Yeah, you want high quality food? This is where you get it, for sure. If you're watching this review, you probably like Cantonese food. Please check out my Cantonese food playlist on this channel, The Minute Review Show, and there are a bunch of Cantonese restaurants that I have on that list throughout New York City. So check that out, and also, if you have a friend whom you like to recommend this channel to, please definitely do so, especially those friends who are coming in from overseas, or maybe from another city or town. You'll definitely find some restaurants that you like on my channel. Okay? Thanks for watching, and I'll catch you in the next video. When the bill came, they gave me a mango pudding for free. Now this is the dim sum style mango pudding. It's good stuff. Final bill before tip. What is $83.80? Did you know that there's an amazing Cantonese restaurant in New York's Chinatown that has an incredibly diverse selection of food? Hi, this is Arthur from The Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today, I'm taking you on a journey to XO Taste, a Cantonese restaurant located in New York's Chinatown. This restaurant has been in Chinatown since the 1990s and is one of the mainstays of the neighborhood. XO Taste is special because of their wide-ranging menu covering several regions of southern China. I entered the restaurant on an early evening and find a well-designed dining room. Soon I'll order several dishes and some you won't see every day in Chinatown. At the end of the video, I'll tell you which dish is the star of the show. Join me for this truly interesting meal. Hi, this is Arthur from The Minute Review Show, and today I'm at a restaurant on Elizabeth Street in Manhattan's Chinatown called XO Taste. Now, XO Taste is one of those restaurants that have been around forever. As long as I can remember, probably since the 1990s. This is what their menu looks like. It's a gigantic menu with lots of pictures and many different types of cuisine. Now, what's interesting about XO Taste is that they are basically a jack of all trades, of Southern Chinese food. So you have Hong Kong style dishes here, you have traditional Cantonese type dishes here, and you even have things like Thai and Korean type dishes, in a smaller section, but still it's available. What's kind of missing here is the northern dishes, but I think this restaurant really specializes in many different types of cuisine from Guangdong, which is southern China. It's very interesting. Whenever I come into this restaurant, I always have trouble figuring what to order because there's just so many things to order. And not only that, they have all these placards on their walls showing different types of food that I really can't figure out because they're written in tiny letters. My eyesight isn't that great. So, there's just a lot of stuff and it's really hard to choose. But one thing I know for sure is that I'm going to try some of the staples, some of the interesting things that I've found online, and show you some of the things that they have here. But whatever I show you is going to be a tiny, tiny fraction of what they actually offer. The next step is to check out the menu. And also, if you like what I'm doing, please subscribe to my channel, and let's go. Okay, now's the time to take a look at the menu, and this is pretty big. We have one menu here, and then we have a several page menu over here. So I'm going to try to go through this very quickly because there's a lot. So over here, we have the dim sum section. As you can see, they range between $4.95 to $9. Over here, you have the chung fun. So there's about 10 different chung funs, rice rolls here. Then we have pan-fried noodles. When we flip the menu over, we have the lo mein section. We have the fried noodles section, which are basically thinner noodles, usually egg noodles and chow fun. And then we have the fried rice section, as you can see. And all of these are under $20. Next, let's take a look at the picture menu. Now this one has all the famous seafood like crabs and beef with crispy noodles, fried rice noodles, some squab, all the fancy stuff, dried seafood. This is a really nice dish. Then we have some dim sum appetizers, all with pictures. Next we have some more dim sum, and these are all about $7. Next we have steamed rice rolls. Now these all have pictures. I'm wondering why they have two menus, but this is definitely a repeat of the previous menu. Next we have congee and casserole. These congee dishes are pretty inexpensive, all under $13. Most are much cheaper. Next we have noodles and soup like wonton. You have pork intestine. You have noodles and shrimp. So all kinds of noodle soups here. Next we have rice dishes. Now these are basically stir fries on top of white rice. And then moving on, we have some fried rices. We'll go through these quickly. These are all under $20. We have broad noodle, mai fun, and pan fried noodles. So 3 different types of noodles, all Cantonese style, all stir fried. Then we have some meats, Cantonese dishes like roast duck, crispy chicken with garlic sauce, oxtail, grilled ribeye. And then we have vegetarian dishes. These are all stir-fried vegetables, all under $20. Then we have the house special squab. We have some more stir-fried dishes. Most of them are proteins mixed with vegetables. And then we have some more special dishes. These are more expensive, like the grilled rack of lamb, abalone, squab, jumbo oysters. And then we have things like oyster omelet, chef special recommendations, golden shrimp ball, and pork intestines. And then we have other stuff. This one doesn't have any price, but I don't think you're looking to order from here. And then they have sizzling platters, basically meats and vegetables over a sizzling platter. And then we have tom yum goong rice noodle soup with different proteins. I think this is their Thai style food. Here's a bunch of Chinese foods. I could read some Chinese, but not all of it. And then we have sizzling meats combo. We have surf and turf. Interesting. And then we have Korean style BBQ rice. They offer everything here. And then you have house special soups. And then you have some more items. Looks like seafood items, but in Chinese and without a price. And finally, we have the desserts. Now these are all Hong Kong style desserts. I'm gonna order one of these and give that a try. One thing that's interesting is that they have herbal jelly here, and they have egg pudding here, which is pretty interesting. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff here that I would like to try. The first dish that I ordered is noodles with yellow scallion and dried squid. This is absolutely one of my favorite Cantonese dishes because of the wok hei. It's usually made with a really nice soy sauce. And when they brought this dish to me, I was amazed. This has to be at least 9 to 10 inches wide. It might not show on the camera, but it is really big. And it's piled high up to 3 inches. So I'm gonna have a lot to bring home tonight. But anyway, you can see that the noodles are pretty dry. They're the Cantonese egg noodles. There's also some bean sprouts. There's some carrots. And there's that, what I believe, there's that yellow chive. I don't see it here, but apparently it should be in here. And there's that dried squid, which is this piece over here. So you can see that nice umami-filled dried squid. There's some mushrooms here too. So there's a lot of flavor in here. This is a umami-filled dish between the soy sauce and the dried squid. So I can't wait to get my hands on this. Okay, the first dish I'm going to try is the fried noodles with the yellow chives or yellow scallions and the dried squid. So this is what it looks like. It's nice and soy sauced. So the yellow noodles turn a little brown. That's great. Let's try this. It's wonderful. The thing that I immediately notice is the saltiness and the smokiness of the noodles. They really cook this on a really high flame. It's smoky, and that soy sauce has really permeated the noodles. So fragrant. Love this. The vegetables add some crunch to this noodle. It's really good. What I notice is that these dried squids are always a strong provider of umami. And they've been soaked a while, so they're easy to chew. And next we have the mushrooms. I'm not sure what these mushrooms are. I think they're shiitake. Let's see what they are. Yes, they're the fresh shiitake, not the dried shiitake. Very nice. I'm telling you, this dish has such a strong umami, such a strong, nice soy sauce flavor. Now, the fact that it has a lot of soy sauce doesn't mean that it's salty. I think it's the seasoned soy sauce that they use, which is not too salty. It's really nice. The smokiness of the wok really hits me. I really love this dish. Whenever I go to a Cantonese restaurant, I always order this. The next dish that I ordered is the fried chicken with the garlic. Now, this I can tell is deep fried. Look at the brown coating on the skin, which is the fried skin of the chicken. We have a chicken wing here. We have some white meat here. And we have some dark meat here. So from appearances, it looks like this is half a chicken. From left to right, about 8 inches. Top to bottom, maybe 6 to 7 inches. So definitely an ample portion of meat. And this is about $17. Looks pretty worth it. There's plenty of protein here. You have some dried garlic here. You have some scallions. So this would probably be a very aromatic dish. And another thing that I noticed that they didn't do is that they didn't drown this in some kind of soy sauce. So this should be very interesting. I'm wondering how moist this dish can be. The next dish I'm going to try is the fried chicken with garlic. Now this particular dish in Cantonese is called dajigai. What's a little different about this is that the skin is actually a little darker than I normally see this dish fried to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try the white meat. I'm going to try the dark meat, which is basically the leg and thigh. So let's try the white meat. Okay. I tried the white meat first because I want to see if it's dry, and it's not. They maintain the juiciness somehow. So this white meat is not bad, and it's seasoned properly. Yes, it's a nice crisp on the outside, and surprisingly, I detect a little bit of sweetness on the skin, but you know, that just adds a little more excitement to the flavor. So it's not bad. Very delicious. Now, let's try the dark meat, see what that's like. This is, I think, a thigh piece. So let's try this. Very nice. The meat is nice and juicy, just as I expect from a piece of dark meat. I also just took a bite of the garlic, which has been sprinkled over the top, and it's not bad. For those of you who know me pretty well, I tend to like things salted a little better. This one is salted, I think, up to 90% of my requirements. It could use a little more salt, but for most people, I think this is salt enough. It's just me. I like saltier things, but this is a very good piece of meat. Look how juicy that is. I have to say that the skin has retained its crispiness. It took about 10 minutes before I started eating this, but it's still crispy. This is a very good version of Jaji Gai, especially for a restaurant that does a lot of things. So, not bad. The next dish that I ordered is the hamaiturng, or the dried shrimp rice roll. Now these are made to order, and look at this, just look at this. You can tell that this is all in one piece. They just scraped it off a pan. This is definitely made to order. So you see the tiny little dried shrimps here? There doesn't appear to be anything else other than some scallions here. So yeah, some of these types of dishes, these hamaiturns, tend to have a lot of different items. Oh, I do see something over here. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna give that a try. But yeah, these types of dishes tend to have multiple ingredients. So I'm gonna eat it. I'm gonna tell you what they have in this dish. The next dish I'm going to have is the hamaiturng, or the shrimp rice roll. Now, the shrimp rice roll, as I had said before, has lots of ingredients inside the rice roll. So I'm going to tell you what they are. And also, I'll tell you a little bit about the quality of the rice roll itself. So here goes. The one thing that hits me about this rice roll is that the shrimp has a really powerful taste. Normally, with these dried shrimps, they soak it and they get rid of some of that shrimpy flavor. But this one is very strong. The shrimp flavor is actually pretty dominant. What I can say about the rice roll is that this rice roll is actually not super thin, but that doesn't mean that the quality isn't there. It's a little thicker than paper thin, but what's good about this is that it's very slippery, very squeaky when you have it in your mouth. Its texture is great. Really like it. As I'm eating this, I'm tasting other things that are in that rice roll. There might be some scallion, some dried radish maybe, but not a lot of it. The dominant flavor here is that shrimp. It's so seafoody. This is the first time I ever said that the shrimps in the rice roll actually overpower and dominate this dish. I don't know. Could that be that the quality of the dried shrimp is really good? That might be a sign that it's a really good dried shrimp. So yeah, so if you really like dried shrimp, this is the type of rice roll that you should get. This is really good. The next dish I ordered is something that is very unusual. It is salted fish chow fun. Now, we're all used to beef chow fun, but this place has all these different types of chow fun. Now, this one has salted fish. I'm sniffing it. I don't really smell it, so maybe I'll smell it when I taste it, but this chow fun has some sesame seeds. It's not deep brown, like they didn't stuff it with a lot of oil. And there's scallions. It seems very basic. Here's some mushrooms. But one thing that I have to say about all these dishes is that this one is about 8 inches in diameter all the way around, and about like 2.5 to 3 inches deep. So one thing that I've noticed about XO Taste is that they give you a lot of food. So this dish, I believe, is about like $18 or $19, but you're getting a lot of food for your money. Very nice. Okay, the last dish I'm going to try is the salted fish chow fun. Now this is a dish that you normally can't find in many restaurants. In fact, this is the only place where I found this dish. So I'm hoping to taste some of that nice umami-filled dried fish. In Cantonese, it's called ham yu. So here goes, my first bite. Okay. My first bite has barely a taste of that. There's just a hint of it. But I do see a piece of it right here. Let's see what this tastes like. Yeah. What I just put into my mouth is ham yu. Not bad. The Ho Fun noodles are super nice. They're nice and thin. They're thin, but they're broad. They have a nice bite to it. They're very fresh. I like that. I have to say, the bites that I've had aren't overwhelming in salty fish flavor. I wish it was a little more salty, especially more of that salted fish.
This dish, I believe, is under $20. Salted fish is actually a pretty expensive ingredient in Chinese cooking. So maybe, there's a reason why they added a little to this. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to dig around and see if there are other bites that have more of that salted fish. Oh, before I do that, here's the mushroom. And I think this is the shiitake. Yes, it is. Now, wait a second as I fish around the plate of chow fun. I just fished around the plate and I just tried some more of that chow fun, and yeah, the salted fish seems to be not that salty, not that prominent. I wish there were more salty fish in this dish. However, despite the fact that there's not a huge amount of salted fish, the quality of the noodles are amazing. They're slippery, they're thin, and they're chewy. Very nice. And despite the fact that there isn't that much salty fish in here, it's properly salted. How ironic. So, yeah, this is a good dish on its own, but I could use more of that salty fish.
Today I ordered the double boiled egg pudding. Now, this is something that I have never seen in New York, and maybe I haven't been out enough. But this is basically an egg custard, and it's very popular in Macau and Hong Kong. So as you can see, it's nice and jiggly. And there's a beautiful, beautiful skin on top of this egg custard. So we're gonna poke ourselves into this egg custard and see what it's like. Before I eat this, I want to show you what it looks like. I'm pretty sure the skin is gonna come right off. And okay, it actually doesn't look like there's a thin skin on top, but this looks like a nice thick custard, and it's yellow in color. So we're gonna give this a try and see what the texture is like, because that's usually what makes a good egg custard. Okay, now's the time to try the double egg pudding. So here it goes. Here's my bite. Oh my God. This is so good, so good. Now, when you think about pudding, and they call it a pudding, you would think of thick and creamy. Well, this is the opposite of that. It's light and airy. It's almost like whipped cream, a little thicker than whipped cream, but it's nice and light and airy. There's a strong flavor of egg yolk in this custard, and it's not too sweet like most Asian desserts. Now, I'm digging deeper into the custard, and the deeper I dig, it's the same texture through and through. So you're not getting a denser pudding as you go down. Wow, this is so nice. Now, I've had similar things in Hong Kong before, and they have a different version of this that's just made with milk, but not eggs. But this is similar to that. I like that. This is cold. I was also offered this as warm. I think they could have microwaved it and heated it up, but today's a very hot day, so they said, oh, you should have it cold. So I took their advice. I had it that way. But look at that. This is really nice. And now's the time for your favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today I chose a dish that I order a lot of if you followed me on my channel. Now, this particular dish had the most umami of them all, and that particular dish is the stir-fried noodles with the yellow scallion and dried squid. Now, a lot of people don't know about this dish. If you ever come to a Chinese restaurant, you're not Cantonese, you should try this. You really should try this, because this particular dish has so much umami. You're gonna get that strong wok hei flavor from the soy sauce, and you're gonna get it from the dried squid. Now, these are amazing. These little dried squids are packed with flavor. And don't rest on those, because whenever you see dried seafood, do not discount them for lower quality. It's gonna elevate your food one way or another. So out of the 4 dishes that I ordered, that dish to me is definitely the best. You need to order that. The meal is over, and that is one satisfying meal. I mean, I ordered 5 dishes, including that dessert, and it was just wonderful. The bigness, the size of the menu, it didn't seem to matter. It didn't make any of the food less appealing, because when you have a big menu, you kind of worry that the food might not be up to quality because there's so many things on that menu. But every single one of my dishes were done pretty well, and some were exceptional. What I can say is that if you love Southern Chinese food, you really need to come down here, because they'll have all your regular Cantonese stuff, but they have more of the eclectic stuff, things that you normally don't think about combining, such as the salted fish and the chow fun. So I really enjoyed myself here. One thing that I can say about this restaurant is that, you know, they seem to be pretty busy. I'm here at around 6 o'clock on a weekday. The dining room is pretty big. They have tables for different size parties. I'm sitting myself at a table for 4. You probably imagine why. I ordered so many dishes for one person. So they were pretty concerned about that when I first came here. And the funny thing is that whenever I come to a restaurant, the waiters are always concerned about that. I think that's really nice of them. They're concerned about my health. But in any case, yeah, there's a lot of good food here to be had at not expensive prices. You know, there are more expensive items on the menu, but you can get most of the good stuff under $25. So yeah, you definitely should come here and give this a try. And this restaurant is one of those old legacy restaurants in Chinatown that I usually like to introduce everyone to. So come here, order a lot, and I'm sure you'll be happy. Thanks for watching the Minute Review Show. If you would like to support my channel, you can buy me a coffee or join my channel as a membership for as little as $3 a month, so we can keep this channel going. Also, if you would like to email me with any suggestions, my email is minutereviewshow@outlook.com. You can find the email in my channel page. And also, please tell your friends about this channel. There's going to be a lot of places that you can introduce your friends to. And also, like, share, and subscribe for this channel. I would greatly appreciate it, and it helps a lot. Thank you very much, and I will see you very soon in my next video. The final cost of this meal is $78, including tip. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. For those who know Mei Lai Wah in Manhattan's Chinatown, you will be excited to know that there's a new restaurant taking on the Mei Lai Wah brand. The restaurant is called Mei Lai Wah Wonton Noodle Garden. They serve fast Cantonese food, think noodles, congee, and roast meats, and other Cantonese fare. What they don't have are the world-famous pineapple roast pork buns that are usually associated with the Mei Lai Wah name. Today, I'll take you on a journey and let you decide whether Mei Lai Wah is worth visiting. Let's go. Okay, let's take a look at the Mei Lai Wah Wonton Noodle menu. And according to this, this restaurant has been open since 1964. And they specialize in wonton noodles. Now, let's take a look at the first page. You have a whole bunch of pictures. And there doesn't seem to be a theme here. It seems to be an assortment of entrees and also appetizers. So you can see they have items like this: salt and pepper, squid. Next we have some more entrees, and there's some noodles. There's some Peking pork chop, and also we have the roast pork and the roast duck. So those are 2 types of roast meats that they have on offer. And here's a bunch of fried items, and here's some examples of some of the noodles that they offer here. Next we have some special dishes. They include the mapo tofu, the spare ribs, and garlic spare ribs. Next we have noodles in soup. These are all the soup noodles. We also have special combinations of the roast meats in the noodles. And here's a special lo mein. I'm assuming that that's probably the Hong Kong style lo mein. Next we have the Cantonese style lo mein. Oh, okay. Now it says soup on the side, so this is actually the Hong Kong style lo mein. And as you can see, this menu is huge. Next we have the fried rice dishes, steamed rice dishes, which are basically fried meats with gravy over rice. Next we have some appetizers, and we have dim sum. And finally, we have cold drinks, special chef suggestion dishes, and we have rice noodle rolls and casserole, basically rice noodles in a casserole with some roast meats thrown on top. Today I'm back in Chinatown, and I'm at a place called Mei Lai Wah Wonton Noodle. This is the Mei Lai Wah Wonton Noodle menu, and if you're familiar with the name Mei Lai Wah, what that is that it's a bakery that is located on Bayard Street that's famous for the pineapple roast pork buns. And this location doesn't have those roast pork buns. It's more of a wonton noodle place. It was, according to the menu, it was opened in 1964, but I'm not sure about that. I don't recall ever seeing this place open in 1964, but what apparently happened is that there was a restaurant called Wonton Garden, which was on Mott Street, that happened to close, and they moved to this new location. And this location on Pell Street has been open, I think, for a couple of years now. So in any case, we're gonna try a whole bunch of menu items at this restaurant, and hopefully it's really good. I'm thinking it should be good because it's been open for over 50 years. Okay, the first menu item that came is the wonton soup. Now, the wonton soup didn't come with noodles. I didn't ask for noodles. It comes with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 separate wontons. Now, we take a look at it, and this is nice. This is larger than normal. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to cut this in half, and let's take a look to see what exactly we have. And wow, this is actually very good. What I see, if you look at the bottom, you see an entire shrimp, and then you also see some pork, which is on the upper portion of this. We're gonna give this a try. Okay, we're gonna try the wonton noodle soup, and I'm hoping that it's really good. Okay, the broth smells very standard. Actually, it smells like a pork broth, not a chicken broth. So they're sticking to the theme of pork. So let's give this a try. This is excellent. The seasoning is excellent. I taste the white pepper, the salt, the sugar, and the salt in the pork. Now let's try the shrimp. Okay, the shrimp is nice and fresh. It's not super snappy, but it's still snappy. Signs of a fresh shrimp. And once again, it's seasoned so well. Yes. And the wonton soup itself has a classic wonton soup flavor, which has a little of that fishy backdrop, which is exactly what we want. It's quite delicious. This wonton soup would be great on a cold day. Another interesting thing that you should know about the wontons is that the wontons actually use the white skin, or the white wrapper, not the yellow eggy wrapper. So this is different. Most places use the yellow wrapper. So this is good for a different take of wonton. The next dish that has arrived is the pan-fried rice noodle with mixed sauce. Now this mixed sauce, I believe, is probably a hoisin and a sesame sauce. Now, what I can see here, if I just pick this one up, is that this rice noodle is basically chung fun, which is the made with rice flour, and they just deep fried it, which is kind of hard here, and they mixed it up with the sesame sauce and with the hoisin sauce. I can't wait to give this a try because this is something that is very similar to what I had as a child, but it's never been deep fried this way. It should be good. Okay, the next item I'm going to have is the rice roll, the deep fried rice roll with the sesame sauce and I believe the hoisin sauce. Let's give this a try. Wow. Wow. This dish really gives me great memories. Because I remember way back when in Chinatown, there were carts on the streets where you can order a pint of rice rolls, usually steamed, always steamed actually, with this type of sauce on it. Now, I love the new way that this is made, that it's deep fried, gives it texture and added dimension. And the sauces taste very traditional, like the ones that I've had as a child. And the sesame sauce is earthy, the hoisin sauce is nice and sweet, and the contrast makes this a delicious dish. Not to mention that for $7, they give you a large portion. So this is a good dish. Okay, the next dish that I have is the roast pork, the tasio. And from what I can see, this tasio is not red. It's not like a bright red color, but you can see immediately from here that there's a lot of marbling. This is good tasio yolk. This is good roast pork meat. Plenty of marbling in here. And they also add a little sweet sauce here from what you can see over here. So we're going to give this a try very soon. Okay, next dish we're going to try is the tasio, which is the roast pork. Now, as I had mentioned before, this is well marbled, but look at the color of the middle of the tasio. It looks like whatever the marinade was, it penetrated all the way through. So let's give this a try. Now, how can I describe this? I'll describe this as roast pork candy. Because it's definitely sweet. It's definitely penetrated to the center of the roast pork. But also, it has a lot of the other telltale signs of roast pork flavor, which is, I believe, the bean curd that's sometimes added to the roast pork. So it has a strong, salty and sweet flavor. So they're not skimping on the flavor here. I suspect the reason why they make it this way is because the roast pork is probably going to be put into soups, and you want the roast pork to have that concentrated saltiness and sweetness. So there's nothing wrong with eating it this way, but I know why they make it this way. The next dish that we have is the roast duck. Now this is the traditional Cantonese roast duck. Now let's take a look at what piece they gave us. Okay, they gave us a leg piece. This is a leg, and over here, this appears to be a breast piece. Okay, you can see that it's part of the breast. And as with most roast ducks, you're going to have the lacquered skin over here. And what's interesting here is that they added a sauce. See over here. I'm not sure what that sauce is. I'm going to give it a try and I will let you know. This looks very promising. Okay, next dish I'm going to have is the roast duck. No, this is the roast duck. Now, I'm going to have the breast piece because I believe I could get a nice representation of the quality by eating this type of piece. So let's give this a try. So much oil. This duck is amazing. Good Cantonese roast duck. Flavor totally penetrating into this breast. And there's a layer of fat right under the outer skin, and when I bit into it, it literally exploded. The oils literally exploded from under the skin. This is really delicious. So savory and so pleasant to eat. Our final dish for today is the Hainanese chicken. This is the Cantonese version of Hainanese chicken. It comes with the poached chicken. This appears to be a lot of white meat. And here's some dark meat over here. So dark meat and white meat. There's also a bunch of choy sum on the bottom, which is Chinese vegetables, Chinese greens. And it comes with a bunch of rice. I'm not sure. I can't tell whether this is cooked in the chicken broth. When I eat it later, I will let you know if it has that telltale sign of Hainanese chicken rice. Finally, it comes with a ginger and scallion mixture and also a vinegar sauce. Now, I'm not sure if this is a sweet vinegar or just a sour vinegar. We're going to give that a try also. Finally, we're going to try the Hainanese chicken rice. Now, I'm going to break this dish down into 3 components. The chicken with the sauces and the rice. So we're going to take this white chicken and put the ginger and scallion sauce on. Let's give this a try. There it goes. Put it right on top of the chicken. And let's give this a nice bite. It's very nice. For those of you who know what white cut chicken is, the Hainanese chicken rice is definitely white cut chicken, Cantonese style. There are different styles around the world. There's the Malaysian style, the Thai style, Hainanese chicken, but this one is the Cantonese style, which is, I would say, I don't know, I would say it's a little drier than the ones that are in Malaysia and Thailand, but it's still good. The meat is well cooked. I wouldn't say dry, but it's well cooked, and it's good. It's just a white cut chicken flavor, so nothing super special about it, and there's just enough salt to give it some flavor. Okay, I want to say something about the ginger and the scallion sauce. What's interesting about the sauce is that it's not minced like crazy. There's actually chunks of ginger and chunks of scallion in here, so they didn't cut it so much that it becomes a paste. So this is a little different than most places. Very good. Next, we're going to try the chicken with what looks like vinegar. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to dip it in here and try this. This is nice. I actually prefer that sauce over the ginger scallion. This one has heat. There's some pepper in there, and there's also some garlic in here, and the sauce itself is sour and sweet. I've never had Hainanese chicken with this type of sauce before. That's the Cantonese Hainanese chicken. So this is a nice change of pace, and actually is really tasty. I prefer this sauce. The final component of the Hainanese chicken is the rice. Now let's give this a try. But before I give it a try, the rice, I should let you know that the rice should usually be cooked in a chicken broth and should be kind of yellow, but this one isn't really that color. So let's see what I'm getting here. I can say that this is definitely done in the Cantonese way. We must remember that Cantonese flavors are not overly bold. There's not too much salt, not too much anything added to it. But this particular rice has a salt flavor, has a very light chicken flavor. And if you're familiar with the Thai or the Malaysian versions of this Hainanese chicken rice, you will know it would definitely be on the lower scale of the saltiness and of the chicken flavor factor. So I would say this is good for a Cantonese Hainanese chicken rice. Here's the final look at the food. These are the rice rolls with sauce. Here's the Hainanese chicken rice. Here's the roast pork. Here's the roast duck. And finally, we have wonton soup. Okay, what a meal. That was a lot of food. There's going to be a lot of food that's taken home tonight. I have to say that this is a very solid restaurant for those who come to Chinatown. Now, the highest praise that I can give this restaurant is that the prices are really good. They're fairly inexpensive. You won't go to Midtown Manhattan, you won't go anywhere else in New York City that could compare to prices like these. All you have to do is look at the menu. I'll show you why these are the cheapest prices. I really loved everything here. I love the wontons. I love the roast pork. I love the roast duck. I especially, number one, I especially love the rice rolls with the sesame sauce, because that dish brought me a lot of nostalgia. Not to mention it tasted good and it had great texture. Something that this dish normally doesn't have. Is normally so steamed, but it's really good, and I really love that. The only dish that I didn't really love was the Hainanese chicken rice, only because I felt that the chicken could have been less well done. On the flip side, the rice was good and the sauces were amazing. So if anything, the sauces rescued that chicken. And not to mention that that plate of rice, that Hainan chicken rice, was a giant portion. In fact, everything here was a giant portion. Maybe with the exception of the roast pork and the roast duck, but those are standard size, but everything was in a good portion. And things were inexpensive here. Meilaiwa Wonton Garden is located on a great street. This is Pell Street. There are 3 things that you can come to the street for. Actually 4, and they're completely distinct cuisines. Number 1, it's the Malaysian food, all the way at the head of the street. Then you have Joe's Ginger, which is the soup dumpling place. Then you have the dim sum restaurant, which is at the end of the street. And then you have this restaurant, which is your regular Cantonese food restaurant. So on this one street, you have all 4 of the great cuisines of southern China. So I highly recommend you to come to the street, because if you don't like something, you could always go to the restaurant next door and get what you want. I want to thank everyone for watching my channel. And we're marching our way towards 1,000 subscribers. And I want to thank everyone who's been watching my videos. I also want to let everyone know that I will continue to make these kinds of videos for you. And we're going to explore all of New York, go to different places, different cuisines, and I'll bring it all to you so that you can know whether it's worth it to come here or not. Thank you again, and I'll see you in my next video. The final bill with tip was $59. If you're visiting New York City and love Chinese food, you'll probably find this restaurant on your Google map. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today, I'm trying Dim Sum Palace, the largest Cantonese Chinese food chain restaurant in New York City. They have several locations spread throughout the city. Although it's not my first time trying Dim Sum Palace, I found a location downtown in the financial district. This is a unique opportunity to experience a location far from the ones in Midtown. Today, I'll try several dishes in detail and let you know what they're like. Also, please stick till the end of the video when I'll review the star of the show. The kitchen is open, I'm ready, so let's give it a try. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm coming to you from the financial district, specifically on William Street, down near Fulton Street, near the South Street Seaport. This area is mainly a business area, but in the past few years, there are a lot of residences here, and a lot of people live here. So the streets are a little more busy than during a normal business day. What I wanted to do was that I wanted to come to a restaurant called Dim Sum Palace. I noticed that they just opened here recently, maybe a few years ago. For those of you who don't know, Dim Sum Palace is a large Cantonese restaurant chain in New York City. There's over 12 locations in the city, dotted throughout Manhattan, mainly Manhattan. And I was really surprised to find one down here in the financial district. So what I wanted to do was that I wanted to try it to see if it's very good Cantonese food, because, you know, things outside of Chinatown might not be as good. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to order 4 dishes and I'm going to see how good they are. And by the end of the episode, I'm going to tell you what my star of the show is, my favorite dish. Before we do that, let's take a look at the menu and see what they have. Okay, the restaurant is called Dim Sum Palace, and this is their selection of dim sums. And you can see that there is a wide variety. I'm not going to describe everything, but you can see that you have the menu right there, and you would check off the items that you want and the amounts. Right behind the dim sum menu, there's a bunch of chef specials. So this is what you have. Okay, this is the main menu, the Dim Sum Palace menu, and they're going to have all the dinner menu items right here. So when we flip it, we're going to see the chef specials, and right here you have items such as the fish fillet with hot chili pepper. You have dishes like red curry chicken. Now these are very eclectic, and they're not too common, but these are the chef specials. Then here are your appetizers. So you can see, you have a whole selection of Cantonese soups. And then you have Peking duck. Peking duck here is $69, and if you want half of one is $39. Next you have some more dishes that are very common, Chinese American dishes like General Tso's chicken. You have stuff like sesame chicken. So this is the roast meats. Here's the roast meats combination for about $23, and you can get half a roast duck over here. Next you have the pork section, and then you have the beef and the lamb section right here, all Cantonese specials. Then you have another section that is the seafood section. So here it goes. Some are very reasonable in price, some are a little higher depending on the type of protein. Next you have the fish, and these are a little higher in price. Next is your vegetarian section, all your Cantonese vegetables. And finally, you have your noodles and your fried rice section, which is right here. And then here's some special items. And these look like giant prawns, different types of seafood, and the prices aren't marked here. They're all special prices. And over here you have some more expensive dishes in the back. Wow, they even have baby suckling pig for $238. The first dish I ordered is the Mai Fun. Now the Mai Fun is a basic Mai Fun, not the Singapore Mai Fun, but the regular Mai Fun. This is probably done with a salt flavored soy sauce. And here's the Mai Fun noodles, nice and white. And there's some bean sprouts here. There's some scallions here. Here's some baby shrimp. This particular type of Mai Fun is the baby shrimp Mai Fun, and I believe it's about $18. So yeah, this is a very simple dish, but if executed right, it should be very good. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention that there's onions and also some eggs. The last dish that I'm trying is the Mai Fun. It's not the Singapore Mai Fun, but the regular Mai Fun, the neutral Mai Fun without the curry powder. I ordered the one with the small baby shrimp. Now, these shrimps, even though they're called baby, they're actually pretty big. I would say this is like a medium-sized shrimp. Let's give the Mai Fun a try. Immediately, I'm loving this. Now, I'm all about texture. And that Mai Fun, the rice noodle, look how thin it is. What I love about this is that it has a bite, a very nice bite to it. When you bite into it, there's a crunch to it. I love that. And it's not too salty. It's seasoned perfectly, just the right amount of salt. They also put the right amount of sprouts and onions in here, so there's more crunch there. It tastes very fresh, very light. Let's give some of these shrimps a try. Okay, the shrimps, however, are a bit different. They haven't been marinated with salt or anything. It actually tastes kind of bland. I don't think they've marinated the shrimp at all.
I have to say, the quality of the noodles are out of this world. Very nice. The shrimp could have used a little more seasoning, but yeah, it's very satisfying when you bite into that noodle with a really nice bite to it.
We ordered the soy sauce chicken. Now this particular chicken is it's a half chicken, and as you can see, it's about 9 inches long. So this is half a chicken. They give you the wonton, which is the ginger and scallion sauce. And let's take a look at some of the chicken here. And yeah, chicken looks very juicy. From what I see, it's nice and warm, as I can feel, and it looks very juicy. It's not done to that a little bit of a bloody state, but yeah, that doesn't mean that doesn't taste good. But let's give this a chance and see what it's like. We also have the white meat over here. This appears to be somewhat juicy. We're going to give this a chance because, you know, sometimes looks can be deceiving, but we're gonna try it. The first dish I'm going to try is the soy sauce chicken, and this is what it looks like. Now, this particular soy sauce chicken is half a chicken, and I'm gonna try the white meat first and see what it's like. Okay, the white meat is definitely cooked. It's hard not to fully cook the white meat. It's good. I put some ginger and scallion sauce on this, and yeah, it tastes like the conventional Chinese, Cantonese, the ginger and scallion sauce that you get in Chinatown. So thumbs up for that. Next, I'm going to try the dark meat. Now, this is the dark meat. Here's a leg, and let's try it without any ginger and scallion sauce. Let's see how moist this is. Oh yes, take a look at that. Before I told you that there wasn't any pink in the bone or in the meat, but this is nice and juicy. And on top of that, it's nice and warm. Most of the time when you go to Chinatown, they'll give you the soy sauce chicken that's hanging in the window. Well, this one, for some reason, they were able to keep warm. And the meat is nice and juicy, despite the fact that they probably warmed it up. The flavor is very nice. Now let's have some of that skin. Okay, the skin definitely tastes like a soy sauce chicken. There's a little sweetness to it. It's nice and fatty on the bottom. Not too thick a fat, but it's decent. This is definitely Chinatown level soy sauce chicken. Before I came to Dim Sum Palace, I was thinking about the trend of Chinese restaurants in New York City. I've been finding that a lot of the restaurants in New York's Chinatown, in Manhattan's Chinatown in particular, and also to another extent, the Flushing Chinatown restaurants, there seems to be a lot of chains coming in. What do I mean by that? In Manhattan's Chinatown, I found that there are a lot of restaurants there that have multiple locations outside of Chinatown, such as Maxi's, such as Taiwan Pork Chop House, restaurants like that. Dim Sum Sam, that's another chain. So they seem to be the restaurateurs that have enough money to keep their businesses going, and they're branching out. There's actually, in my opinion, fewer mom and pop type shops that only have one branch. As for Flushing, I found that a lot of the chains that are moving in to Flushing's Chinatown, and to a lesser extent Manhattan's Chinatown, those chains tend to come from China. So you would have hot pot chains, you would have skewer chains, things like that. So it seems to me that both Chinatowns are starting to be more involved with chains. So I don't know if that's a good or bad trend. In any case, I do intend to review some of these restaurants because, yeah, they sometimes are less known. Even though they're chains, they're less known among the public. So I think it might be worth it to present it on this channel. We ordered the salt and pepper pork chops. Now the salt and pepper pork chops is about $20, and let's see how many pieces they give us. They give us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 9 or 10 pieces. This is very generous. And from what I see here, it's a nice dark crisp. And I smell a lot of aromatics. I smell a lot of the garlic. And the interesting smell about this is that It actually smells a little sweet, like a little caramelization going on here. So I'm really wondering how they executed this. It smells a little sweet. The color is really right. I do see some garlic here, so I can't wait to give this a try. This actually is very generous, and it smells really good. The next dish I'm going to try is the salt and pepper pork. Now, the salt and pepper pork, they were very generous with that. I saw 9 to 10 pieces of the pork in here. As you can see, there's the garlic, dried garlic on top. And let's give this a try. There was a very interesting aroma to this. And let's see if it's confirmed. Wow. This is very weird. This piece of pork is not particularly fatty, but for some reason, the meat is very tender. I don't know how they did that. The taste is very traditional Cantonese, definitely Chinatown quality. Let's give it another bite and see what it's like. Wow, this is amazing. What's amazing about this dish is that it somehow maintains the tenderness, despite the fact that it's not an overtly fatty cut of pork. I don't know how they did that. It is absolutely delicious. And is not too salty. I mean, it has just enough salt. It's seasoned perfectly. The quality of this pork is excellent. Now, before I made the comment about a sweet smell coming off of this pork, actually, it's not sugary sweet. So I may have made a mistake in what I was smelling, but it was very aromatic and smelled kind of sweet. But when I bite into this, it's definitely not sugar. This is excellent. You should definitely order this when you come here. The next dish I ordered is the tofu clay pot with some mushrooms. Now, well, I'm taking a look at this, and it looks like they put some snow peas in here. Here's some mushrooms, and these appear to be the fresh shiitake mushrooms. Here's the braising sauce, and here's the tofu. And this particular dish is supposed to be served in a clay pot, which is how it's depicted on the menu, but they put it all into this porcelain dish. So we're gonna give this a try very soon. One other note that I have to give is that these tofus are cut in about 1.5 inch squares. So this looks very generous. This particular dish, I believe, is under $20. The next dish I'm going to try is the clay pot tofu and mushroom dish. Now, this particular dish is considered a vegetarian dish, and it comes in a pool of nice dark brown gravy. So let's give this a try. Here's the mushrooms. I can tell this is a shiitake mushroom. Let's see what it's like. This is amazing. You know why it's amazing? Because the shiitake mushrooms actually have the flavor of dried shiitake mushrooms. Those are very concentrated flavor. Sometimes you have the fresh shiitake mushrooms. They don't taste like anything. But this actually tastes like the dried shiitake mushrooms and is delicious. Lots of mushroom flavor. Next, I'm going to try the tofu. Now, tofus are cut in 1-inch cubes. So let's try this. Okay. The tofu is the puffy tofu. There are a lot of holes in there. It's not the deep fried tofu, but the quality of this tofu is that there's a lot of air pockets inside. And it's been crispified on the outside, which is pretty good, which means that it holds a lot of the liquid, a lot of the gravy in the tofu. What I can tell you about the sauce is that it's nice and mild. Cantonese sauce. It has some seafood umami in it. My guess is that they probably used a vegetarian oyster sauce or regular oyster sauce to give it flavor. Yeah, this is something that I really like. And I'm sure vegetarians out there would like this too. And now's the time for your favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today, the star of the show was very, very clear. There was only one thing on my mind. It was the salt and pepper pork. And the reason why I chose the salt and pepper pork is because, look at this. Look how generous this was. This dish is about $20, and look how much you get. This particular dish, when I first smelled it, I thought it smelled a little sweet, but no. When I bit into this, you didn't have any of that sweet flavor, but you had the most tender pork and non-greasy pork
Usually those two don't go together, but somehow they made this meat, this protein, so tender without having a lot of fat in it. I don't know how they did it, but the flavors are there. These are definitely Chinatown type flavors. If you come here, you can't go wrong with ordering this. It's inexpensive and they're very generous with the portions. Go get this. Ah, what a meal. Now, I am so happy today. We're in the financial district and I found great Cantonese Chinese food. This particular restaurant, once again, is a chain throughout New York City. There are 12 branches. I've actually been to 2 other branches, and the amazing thing about Dim Sum Palace is that even though they're outside of Chinatown, there's actually one location in Manhattan's Chinatown, but even though the vast majority of their restaurants are outside of Chinatown, they maintain that quality. The quality of good Cantonese food is not always guaranteed because once you move out of Chinatown, you might get a lot of American Chinese influences into the food. Over here, they stick with real Cantonese food. It's excellent. I really enjoyed coming here. I really enjoyed this visit. The seats are super comfortable here. You don't feel super crowded in this restaurant. To be honest, this is a restaurant that I would definitely come back to. And the reason why is because they are definitely the genuine thing. And yeah, if you're in Manhattan, you have so many options to come to Dim Sum Palace. This particular Dim Sum Palace in the financial district is one of your options. Thanks for watching the Minute Review Show. If you like my channel, please support my channel by buying me a coffee. The link is over here. And also, I would like you to check out the rest of my channel. I have many restaurants on my channel, and they're grouped by location. Some by Manhattan, some by Queens, and other locations. There are also foods that are grouped by the type of Chinese food. So you got to check that out. Thanks again for watching my channel, and until the next video, I will see you very soon. The final check before tip is $89.06.
Today we're at one of the main streets in Chinatown. This is Grand Street, and behind me is leading to Canal and Center Street, and on this other side that leads to the Bowery. But on this street you're going to find a bunch of good Chinese restaurants. There's always been good restaurants on the street, and we're going to go to one that was opened in 2019 and considered one of the better Chinese restaurants in Manhattan's Chinatown. It's called Green Garden Village. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today, I'm taking you to Green Garden Village, a Cantonese restaurant that has been well received by publications such as Eater New York and The New Yorker. Some consider it one of the best Cantonese restaurants in New York's Chinatown. It's located on Grand Street in Manhattan. Okay, let's take a look at the menu. And in the menu, we have a 4-page menu. It's you're going to see the appetizers. We're going to have some soup here, and over here we have meat. Now this is the pork and the beef all integrated into one part of the menu. This is basic Cantonese Chinese food. And over here we have a giant seafood section, and this is it. You can see the mixture of fried and also stir-fried dishes. They're all here. And here's a casserole section. Basically, these are clay pots that are cooked with stir-fried food inside, and they're served in a clay pot. This is the chicken section. As you can see, there's many selections here. And from what I can see, the prices are totally reasonable. I'm seeing some $17 and $16 selections here. The seafood is definitely more expensive. And here's the vegetable section. Here's the fried rice section and the noodle section. And on the back, we have some noodle soups. We have Hong Kong style lo meins and different types of fried rice on the bottom. and Chow Fun. Hi, today I'm at Green Garden Village, and I read quite a bit about Green Garden Village in 3 different articles in the New York Times, in Eater, and also in the New Yorker magazine. And this place was opened in 2019, I believe, and it said that it's one of the best Cantonese restaurants in Chinatown, in Manhattan's Chinatown. So yeah, this place is very promising. Most of the reviews that I've read have been extremely positive, and today I'm going to try an assortment of 4 different dishes and see how things are. My expectations are pretty high, so I hope I'm right. Here's the complimentary tea. I believe it's a black tea, and looks nice and rich. Now, the reason why I need the black tea is because if some of these dishes are oily, this will help cut some of the grease from the food, and it'll increase your appetite. I've been looking around the dining room, and I've noticed that there are about 9 to 10 tables in the dining room, and some are 4-seaters, and there are maybe 2 that are fit for maybe 10 people. So if you want to bring a group, you could definitely bring a group here. The first dish arriving at my table was the sweet and sour ribs. It's made exactly just as regular sweet and sour pork, with the exception that the pork is in the form of spare ribs. The first 2 dishes have finally arrived, and they're looking very good. I'm having the sweet and sour spare ribs. Now, basically, it's not sweet and sour pork, it's spare ribs. There's a bone in the middle, and there's pork wrapped on the outside, so you know, it's half bone, half meat. But from what I can see, this dish is very similar to sweet and sour pork. You have the onions, and you have the pineapples and the bell peppers integrated into the dish. Now, let's give it a try. The pieces are plentiful, actually, and this is what it looks like. Nice and shiny. No, that's wonderful. It's really nice. The pork is nice and tender, fried perfectly, and nice, sweet and tangy, just the way I like it, and it's totally classic. Did I mention that they give you a lot? So this is totally worth it in my book. The second dish that came to my table was the seafood casserole. It came in what appeared to be a stone bowl, which helped retain the heat. The next dish up is the seafood casserole. Now, the seafood casserole has 3 types of seafood in it. There's scallop, there's shrimp, and there's also squid. And it comes with tofu. So let's try the tofu first. I'm dipping into the sauce, and this is what the tofu looks like. Okay, is the deep fried tofu, and the sauce that it's dipped in is very strong in oyster sauce flavor. It's very tasty. The sauce is thick enough to coat the tofu and gives it really nice mild flavor. Now let's try the seafood in this dish. There's 3 components. One is the shrimp. Is it? The second component is the scallop, which is this. It's cut into halves. And finally, the final component is the squid, which is this. Not the tentacles, but the squid body. These are excellent. All of them have absorbed the oyster sauce based sauce. They're all tender, and once again, for this bowl, I think it's about $20 or $22. There's plenty of food. It's really good. They're very generous with the portions. The third dish that arrived was fried noodles with dried squid. If you're bold, you must try this dish. Okay, the next dish that I ordered is the fried noodles, stir-fried noodles with dried squid. Now, it's a bit of a misnomer because it's not only dried squid, it's also shrimp, as you can see here, dried squid, which is this, and also there's chives and green onions, and also some regular onions. Now, what I love about this dish, and not many people who like Chinese American dishes, not many people know that this dish exists. What I love about this is that it's a dry stir fry, and as you can see, these noodles are stir fried in a very hot wok, and it dries out the noodle. But what's left is a nice crispy and dry texture, which makes this dish extra special. The other thing that makes this dish special is that this dried squid has a lot of umami. When you dry it out and then you reconstitute it and you recook it, there's lots of seafood umami in this. It's quite wonderful. Okay, now let's get into this. Let's try first the squid. This is very good. It's tender, firm and tender at the same time. But surprisingly, it's not that salty. Very interesting. Now let's try the shrimp. Okay, it's very nice. The shrimp has been stir-fried over oil, and there's a slight crispy texture to the outside. It's delicious, and it's been seasoned well. There's salt in it. And finally, we have the noodles. Now the noodles, the dry part that I've been talking about is this one. So let's give this a try. You can taste the soy sauce in this. Wonderful. Now, this is usually made with a dark soy sauce with a little light soy sauce in it to give it some salt. And the saltiness is quite wonderful to this dish. But I love the texture. That's why I ordered this, because of the texture. It's wonderful. I highly recommend it if you come here. The final dish that I ordered was the fried oyster. It's a simple dish, but executed splendidly by the chefs at Green Garden Village. The next dish I ordered is the fried oysters, and basically it's just a batter fried oyster with a golden batter, as you can see. Okay, this is a whole oyster, and look at the size of this. This is huge. This is about a 2-inch oyster, and let's give this a try. Wow, the outside is totally crunchy. The oyster is super fresh. There's no fishiness, nothing old about it. It's totally fresh. And they also provide you with a sweet and sour sauce. So I'll dip that in. After I dip it in, this is what it looks like. This is the sweet and sour sauce. Let's try this. Okay, you have the sour element, definitely vinegar based, and you have the sweetness. I can taste the sweetness. But the great thing about this is that it's not overly sweet and it's not overly sour. It's perfectly balanced, and it just goes well with this. It's perfect flavor. And one thing that I can say about oysters in general is that when you go to restaurants, sometimes they give you the tiny little ones. They're about like an inch long. But this one, they really go for it. They give you the big ones. And like I said, I saw most of these are about 1.5 inches to 2 inches long. Some I even see 2.5 inches. So definitely worth it. And once again, not that expensive. I think this dish is under $20. Okay, the meal is finally over, and I have a ton of leftovers, as you can see from here. And what I want to do is to give a summary as to all these dishes. Now, the first one is the seafood casserole. This one is definitely mild in the Cantonese style. It's perfectly salted, nice umami from the oyster sauce. Very balanced and a good portion. I think this one may have been $20 for an order. This one is the fried oysters, and this one I definitely enjoyed a lot. In fact, I think this may have been the best dish because of the number of oysters you get, and also the quality of the oysters. It was super fresh. The sauce was a huge plus too. This one is the fried sweet and sour spare ribs. This was actually very excellent too. This is more, they didn't have the sweet and sour pork, but just the spare ribs. But this is a great substitute. It's basically the same thing, and it was also very balanced, just like the other sauce that we had over here. And finally, we have the pièce de résistance. This is one of my favorite dishes. This is the stir-fried noodle with dried squid. This has that nice crunch to it, to the dried noodle, and has the umami from the squid. Absolutely delicious. I highly recommend this. If you haven't tried this, you should try it. And Green Garden Village definitely makes a good version of this. And once again, it's not expensive. I believe this is $18 if I remember correctly. So here, feast your eyes, and this is something that you might want to try when you come here. You know that today, as I was walking to Green Garden Village, I noticed that there were so many different restaurants that I could try, but it's very difficult to do a channel when there's so many different options. So what I generally try to do is to choose restaurants that have been reviewed by the mass media, and I think usually I think they're right in giving exposure to these types of restaurants. Green Garden Village is one of those restaurants, but I'll also go to smaller restaurants that aren't as famous. But what I can say is that if you like Cantonese food, yeah, I barely scratched the surface here. They have roast meats here too that are Cantonese, and those are also well reviewed. I wish I had 10 mouths and I can eat everything, but this is, I think, a good example of what you can get here. So if you like this video, you could always check out my other videos, and also subscribe. I'm still building this channel, and I hope to get to 1,000 pretty soon. And thank you for joining me, and until next time, I'll see you in the next video. I wanted to share a little secret about this place. It seems that all the workers here speak Taishanese. So if you speak Taishanese, feel free to practice your Taishanese. It'll be a lot of fun. The final bill before tip was $79.50. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. Today I visit Hopley Restaurant, also known as Sun Hopley. Hopley is located at the head of Mott Street in the heart of Manhattan's Chinatown, near two famous and classic touristic Chinese restaurants made famous on many travel shows. In this video, I'll show you Hopley, which is right across the street from these two restaurants. Is Hopley a worthy competitor? I'll order a few dishes and we'll find out. Come on in and join me. Okay, let's take a look at the menu. I was told that this menu is indeed the dinner menu, so it's not that big, but let's take a look. Okay, first we have the appetizers. The appetizers are all the roast meats, and then we have some soups, and then we have Sichuan seafood and meat. It's pretty interesting. I guess these are the spicy Cantonese Sichuan style foods. Then we have vegetables. The prices are pretty good. All sub $20. Then we have the pork section. We have the beef section. And then we have the chicken section. And of course you have the crispy fried chicken, which is a nice Cantonese dish right here. These are all the other stir-fried chicken dishes. Next we have the seafood section, which has the more expensive dishes. And as you can see, the dishes here are nice and big. There are a lot of choices here. And finally, we have a shrimp section. When we move the menu, look at the menu, back of the menu, we see the all the types of fun and noodles, which are the broad noodles and the regular noodles, the my funs, all types of noodles. We have the casserole dishes, and then we have the bean curd dishes. And finally, we have duck. They offer Peking duck and roast duck here. And over here you have fried rice, and wow, a really old-fashioned section, egg foo young. Wow, this is really old-fashioned, but you know, this place has been around forever, so I think as a legacy item they'll keep it there. And here's some other dishes in Chinese, and from what I can see, these are basically special dishes that are, I wish I knew how to read more of them, but these are, I think these are mainly meat dishes that are over here. Here's a Taishanese dish, 2 of them. And here's the rest of the menu. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm taking you to Hop Li. It's actually called Sun Hop Li, but the bottom line is that the name Hop Li is in the name of the restaurant. So this restaurant has been around Chinatown as far as I can remember, and I would say over 40 years. It's always been here. And from what I can tell you about this place, it's one of the legacy Cantonese restaurants in Chinatown. It's located on Mott Street, where most tourists go to. This is at the head of Mott Street in Manhattan's Chinatown. And when you walk up that street, on the left and the right, you're going to see a ton of Cantonese restaurants, some Shanghai restaurants, a vegetarian restaurant. So there's a lot to choose from here. But this place is often overlooked because it's opposite Wo Hop and Hop Ki, and those are the main tourist restaurants. This is not a tourist restaurant, but for the people who know about this place, they come here and they enjoy good classic Cantonese food done in the old style. The people who work in City Hall, in City Center, which is right next to Chinatown, they come here all the time, and they come here to indulge in the lunch specials. The lunch specials, I believe, are under $10, which is almost unheard of these days. This place does a good business, mainly for lunch and definitely for dinner. I'm a bit early here on a Thursday night. It's around 5 o'clock, but I'm sure this place will fill up as I do this review. We ordered 3 different dishes today, and I'm going to show you what are some dishes that you can get here. I wish I could order more, but it's only me, so hopefully 3 dishes will suffice. Okay, the first dish has just arrived. It's the beef chow fun, and I swear the wok hei, the aroma is amazing. It's just wafting up. It literally came off the wok. You see all the steam coming up, and I smell that caramelization of the soy sauce and the beef. It's delicious. And take a look at this. The beef chow fun comes with the standard items: the broad chow fun noodles, the pieces of beef, and the spring onion, and the bean sprouts. Now, taken together, this will be a really good dish. I just constantly smell that aroma wafting up. I can already tell, even without taking a bite, that this is going to be really good. So we'll see. Okay, 2 of my 3 dishes are here now, and I can't wait to try it. The first one I'm going to try is the beef chow fun. Now, this is the beef chow fun. This is what it looks like. Look at the beautiful brown color of this chow fun. And as I had mentioned before, the aroma is amazing. It's just wafting up, and I can already smell the wok hei. Not taste it, but smell it. So let's try the beef. Wow. This beef chow fun is excellent. Once I put that in my mouth,
The beef immediately tasted the smokiness of the beef. The beef is tender. It's cut into reasonably small slices, so it's easy to eat. And let's try the chow fun. This is nice and soft. It's cut into not too wide strips. It's cut into maybe 1/3 inch strips, which is really good. Noodles are fresh. As with good chow fun, is nice and springy. This dish soaks up that nice dark soy sauce, combined with the marination of the beef. It's really good. The sauce has really penetrated the beef, and what I can tell you about the beef is that, once again, with every good Cantonese restaurant, the beef is very velveted. It's not super velveted. On a scale of 1 to 10, maybe a 6 or 7, but it's good enough velveting. It's not overly done. What a good balance. This is absolutely delicious. Another thing that I have to say is that this is not too greasy. In fact, it's not greasy at all. This is the perfect dish of beef chow fun. The dish I ordered is the walnut shrimp. Now, we have the walnuts up here. They're all candied, as you can see. And there appears to be maybe 10 shrimp here. They're all the large shrimp, which is how it should be. Here's the mayonnaise sauce. And here's the broccoli. There's a generous amount of broccoli for this dish. And I believe this dish is about $23, which is a very fair price. Nowadays I see this dish up to maybe $30 at other restaurants. So I can't wait to give this a try. This one doesn't have the aroma as the beef chow fun, but I will know how good this is the moment I taste it. Okay, moving on. The next dish I'm trying is the walnut shrimp. Now, these are the 3 components of walnut shrimp. The candied fried walnut with the sugar on the outside. The fried shrimp, which is the large shrimp. I think the 21 shrimps. And the broccoli. We'll give each of these a try. First, the walnut. That walnut is nice. It has retained its crunch. The sugar has created a shell on the outside of the walnut. And the walnut itself has a nice, I wouldn't say smoky, a nice earthy flavor that walnut should have. Now, if you've ever eaten fresh walnuts, it tends to have a unpleasant oily flavor, but when they deep fry it, that goes away. And this one, they deep fried it and it's gone, and it's actually very good. The flavor is very nice. Next, we'll try the broccoli. Okay. Broccoli is perfectly blanched, and it's picked up some of that mayonnaise, so it has a little more heft. You feel like you're eating something very substantial. Generally, broccoli itself is a very substantial vegetable, but with that mayonnaise, it's nice and hefty. And finally, we're going to try the shrimp. This is the shrimp. Look how big this is. The shrimp is on the larger side. This is almost like shrimp cocktail shrimp. Really big. So let's try this. There's a hefty part of mayonnaise on the side of the shrimp. What can I say? This shrimp is so fresh. As with, I think, on this channel I use the word snappy a lot. This is snappy shrimp. It's super fresh. Once you bite into it, bang, you get that snap, that crispiness. This is so good. I love this. It's the right size, the right flavor. The mayonnaise has a touch of sweetness to it. And the batter on the shrimp is not a batter. It's just lightly floured and deep fried. I really like it that way because you're not overwhelmed by shell on the shrimp. But this is the way that should be. So nice. Lots of shrimp and no filler. Okay, now this dish that you're looking at is the fried oysters. Now, wow, there's quite a bit of them. Now, from what I can see, I can count probably 9 oysters. And look at the size of this. This is a good 2.5 inches long. I'll pick up another piece. 2.5 inches long. Another one. 2.5 inches long. They do not skimp on the oyster size. This is, I can already tell this is going to be very satisfying. There's lots of oyster meat, and it, from what I can feel with my fingers, it's deep fried with a very light batter, and it feels crispy when I touch it. So I can't wait to give this a try. I forgot to mention that they also add a sauce that you can dip the oysters in. This looks like a sweet, like ketchup-based sauce, and I'm sure this is gonna be really good. In fact, it looks a little like the sweet and sour pork type of sauce. Okay, now we're going to try the fried oysters. Now, I love Cantonese fried oysters because when they deep fry it, they usually don't use a lot of other flavorings. It's just salt and oyster. So let's try this. Look how big this is. This is almost 3 inches long, 2.5 to 3 inches long. And there's a light crispy batter on it, as you can see. And they give us, okay, I'm looking at the plate. They give us 8 of these. And they also provide us with this sweet sauce. So I'll dip it in and give it a try. Just as I suspected, the outer skin of the oyster is super crispy. Very nice. The oyster itself, since it's so big, it's an older oyster. So you're gonna have a lot of these pieces that are, they look overdone, but actually they're not. They're delicious. You see, as you bite into the oyster, you get the meat, and then you have this other stuff that's inside the oyster. Don't worry about the way that looks. It tastes fine. It has that briny flavor of an oyster. It's really nice. Now, to cut some of that briny flavor, you add this sweet sauce. It's delicious. It's done so well. It's fried perfectly. And if you're bringing your family, there's plenty to go around. I think 1 or 2 per person would be great. Today I ordered 2 fried dishes. What I can say about these 2 fried dishes is that they're the epitome of Cantonese cooking, in the sense that you have oysters and then you have shrimp, and they're seasoned only by salt and some flour and deep fried. That's it. Now, that's the epitome of Cantonese cooking, because Cantonese cooking likes the original flavor of whatever the ingredient is. It's not overwhelmed by soy sauces, spices, or anything like that. So, for those who say that the cooking is a bit bland, come back to Cantonese cooking and learn how to appreciate the simplicity of ingredients. Simplicity is actually sometimes better than overwhelming ingredients with sauces and spices. This is incredible. Okay, the meal is over, and what can I say? This meal was so good.
I think I said in my introduction that most tourists don't come here. But if I'm a tourist, I would come here because I feel that this place is probably better than the places across the street. And it's more genuine. It's just as old as the other two places. And this will be more in line with the Cantonese food than with the Chinese American type of Chinese food across the street. So if you find that you're in this area, this is a good spot to go to. One thing that I noticed in this restaurant is that there are many pictures of food that you can order directly from the wall. And if you want to see specials that are not on the menu, look at the wall and point to the waiter that you want those dishes. I see Peking duck, I see lobsters, I see many different dishes. So just don't look at the menu, look at the wall too. And one final note, Hopley is a cash-only restaurant, so it's pretty much in line with most of the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown. Most of them are cash-only, so make sure that you have, $100 to $200 in your pocket if you're coming with a group. There are ATMs further up the street, but you just want to be prepared before you come here. I want to thank everyone for watching the Minute Review Show. We're super close to 1,000 subscribers, and I want to thank every one of you who have joined my channel. And we will have plenty of videos coming up in the coming months. So stay tuned. And also for those who are not subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. And also, please make comments. I answer almost every comment in my videos. You could ask me questions. I'll be happy to talk to you guys. Once again, thank you, and I'll see you very soon.
The final bill was $68.50 before tip. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. If you're visiting New York City and shop on Canal Street near Chinatown, you'll come across several good options for restaurants along a street that is known more for knockoff handbags. In this video, I'll take you to East Season Restaurant, a Cantonese restaurant that sits right in front of the junction of several subway lines. It's easy to get here, but is the food worth it? We'll take a look at this long-running restaurant. Come join me.
Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. Today I'm on Canal Street. Canal Street is one of the largest streets in Chinatown, and it's known for counterfeit products, but it's also very crowded, and there are a bunch of good restaurants here, especially Cantonese restaurants. So today I'm at East Season Restaurant, a Cantonese restaurant on the south side of Canal Street. We're going to try two different dishes here. Actually, 3 different types of roast meats. I purposely chose 3 different types of roast meats because I feel that the quality of a restaurant can be judged by how they make their roast meats. Please take a look at the menu that's coming up right after this. Join me. We're at East Season Restaurant. Let's take a look at the menu. This is a Cantonese menu. It's going to be pretty big. We're starting off with some seafood. And these are all special price. We're coming up to the appetizers, soups, and they have a bunch of clay pots. Pretty good selection. And we also have some chow mein, and fried rice. Another big selection of these. There's 33 of them. Here's an assortment of vegetables. Mind you that this is the dinner menu. And then we have some pork dishes. Next we have some chicken dishes, about 13 of them. Some beef dishes, another 13. Seafood, wow, 24 seafood dishes. And then we have some house special dishes that aren't categorized. So there's a whole bunch of different items here. And finally, you can order an entire roast baby pig and SP special price. So we don't know how much that is. Next, we have the roast meats, and here are there are different configurations of this. Let's take a look at the lunch menu. The lunch menu is valid from Monday to Sunday, 7 days a week, from 10:30 to 4 o'clock p.m. And look how big this menu is. There's literally 56 different items on this menu. And if we flip this menu to the other side, we see that there is an assortment of roast meats. Look how extensive it is. And on the bottom, there's also some Hong Kong style noodles that are served in bowls in soup, and basically these are soup noodles with roast meats. Okay. For the first dish, I ordered the 2 barbecue meats combination. I chose roast pork and I chose the roast pig. Now, I've never had either of these at this restaurant. This is the first time I've ever been here. So let's take a look. Wow. From what I can see here, these are very fatty. So this is very good. It looks very promising. And the meat is not discolored, which is really good. So, it won't be candy-like. Like it penetrated all the way through, so that's actually a good sign. Now let's take a look at the roast pork. The roast pig. And yes, this appears to be a pork belly, but only 1 layer of fat, so maybe not the pork belly, but we'll see very soon. And once again, it comes in a pile of rice. So this is a lunch special. Okay, the first item I'm going to try is the roast pork. This is the roast pork. It's very highly fatted, I would say. There's a nice streaky bits of fat here. Let's try it. This is so good. Very moist. Very moist. The fat does not overwhelm the meat. It's sweet. Has classic char siu flavor. I just took a bite of the rice and I can tell that it's jasmine rice. It's very good. They didn't skimp on the rice quality. They use jasmine rice. The next meat I'm going to try is the roast pig. And this is what it looks like. I took a closer examination of this, and I discovered that it probably isn't the rib meat, because the rib meat for a roast pig is the best meat because it has the multiple layers of fat. This is probably taken from the back of the butt of a pork. This is less fatty, you could tell over here. There's still a layer of fat near the skin. So I'm hoping that this tastes good. Let's try this. Crunchy. Not too salty, which is good. It has that classic 5-spice flavor on the bottom. It's not overly salty, just the right amount of salt. The skin is crunchy. Actually, the skin isn't too thick in terms of the crunch. It's not totally puffed up, but it's puffed up enough to give it a crunch. So I think it would have been different if I got a rib piece. But one thing that you should know is that if you're ordering a plate of rice like this, it is highly, highly unlikely they're going to give you rib meat or the belly meat. Why? Because that's the most prized part of roast pig, the crispy pork. So they usually give those to people who are taking out or bringing it home, and they'll give the cheaper cuts to the diners. I think you can specifically ask for it, but I didn't bother because I didn't want to be a pest. The last component of this lunch dish is choy sum. Now there's just regular Chinese greens. There's a slight bit of soy sauce put onto this, so let's see if it's nice and fresh. Nice and crunchy. Done just right. Not overly sauced, but crunchy. Crunchy equals freshness. This is good. Oh no, this dish has plenty of meat. I would say at least half a strip of char siu, meaning the roast pork, and probably about 6 or 7 inches worth of the roast pig. So there's plenty of food to get full on. I don't normally order soda, but I decided to splurge today. There. a Sprite. The second and final dish that I ordered is actually half a roast duck. Now, I love roast duck, Cantonese roast duck, and they gave us the entire half. You got the leg here, you got the wing here, you got the breast here, and I think the back over here. And let's flip this around and take a look at what it looks like. And this is great. It has that nice seasoned skin, that dark duck meat over here. Let's take a look at the breast meat. Yes, one skin is nice and dark. Looks very juicy. I see a lot of oil here, which is a good characteristic of duck. And see what we have over here in the back. Yeah, the duck back has plenty of fat here, and once again, looks super juicy. I can't wait to get my get my teeth into this. This looks so good. I'm about to try the delicious roast duck. Now, I haven't eaten a single piece of this, but my prediction is that this is going to be out of this world. So take a look at this. I'm going to eat pieces from the back, the front, and the leg. Let's try the leg meat. Now, this is the drumstick. Wow. The duck fat just burst through. This is delicious. Let's have another piece of leg meat. Here's a little further up the leg. It has that nice duck flavor, not overdone, done just right. The interesting thing is that this duck isn't too highly salted. Actually, it's a little undersalted, but I still think it's okay. Because you could always ask for some duck sauce, maybe some plum sauce, or maybe some more soy sauce to add to this. But alone, it's still good. Because that duck flavor really comes through. It's not overdone, it's done just right. I like this. Next, let's try the duck breast. Now, this should be really good. Let's try this. Wow. Wow. Totally different experience than from the leg. This is where the seasoning is put, like right below the rib cage. All of that flavoring has seeped through into that breast meat. It is so delicious. Skin is so nice and thin. It's kind of crackly. I like it. This is perfect Cantonese roast duck. The flavor is excellent. Here's another piece of the duck breast. Now this one has more meat than the other piece, so let's give this a try. So nice. It's still savory. Now this one's not as concentrated as the other one. The other one was closer to the bone, so the flavor was more concentrated. But the piece that I just had is bigger and didn't penetrate as much, but it's still good. It still has that layer of fat. Goes perfect with the rice. It was delicious. Boy, did I like that duck. It was so good. Now, one thing I want to say is that people tend to forget that Canal Street is a great place to find Chinese food. A lot of people tend to forget about this as being a food street. There's Mott Street, there's Mulberry Street, there's all those restaurants in the old part of Chinatown, Dorry Street, but people tend to forget Canal Street. There are tons of, not tons, but there are many good places to eat, especially Cantonese. Some newer concepts and a lot of older concepts. This is an older concept restaurant, a traditional Cantonese roast meat restaurant. But if you find yourself on the street, which you probably will if you visit New York, you should come here because the prices are reasonable and, as you saw, the food is excellent. I have to tell you that the roast duck, half of it is only $21. Now, where can you find that in New York these days? Okay, the meal is over. What can I say? The measure of a good Cantonese restaurant can usually be measured by the quality of the roast meats. I had the roast duck, roast pig, and char siu, the roast pork, and I was so happy with all three of them. The roast pig, I'm sure if I got the rib meat, I'm sure I would have been happy with that. Flavor was right, but I just didn't get the best cut of pork. If you come to East Season, you can easily come here by taking the 456 train, the Lexington Avenue line, or the N and R straight down to Canal Street. There are so many subway lines that come down to Canal Street. So come here, enjoy the food of Chinatown, and if you want reasonably priced Cantonese food, this is one spot that you shouldn't miss. Thanks for watching my video. If you like Cantonese restaurants, other Chinese restaurants, or just many different kinds of restaurants in general, please check out my channel. I have many playlists. I recently put up a Cantonese restaurant playlist on my channel, so you can check that out. Thanks again for joining me, and I hope to see you again in my next video.
The final bill was $42, which included a tip.
Did you know that there's a Cantonese restaurant in Chinatown that specializes in one of the most beloved ingredients in Chinese food? I'm going there today. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show. If you have a minute, I have an opinion. I'm in Chinatown today, going to Lady Chow Kitchen, a restaurant that specializes in Ho Fun noodles or broad rice noodles. Lady Chow serves a full menu of Cantonese dishes, but Ho Fun or rice noodles is what they specialize in. There's an entire section of their menu devoted to this. Today I'm going to try some of their dishes, and we'll also find out whether their Ho Fun is as good as advertised. Let's spend some time together and give it a try. Hi, this is Arthur from the Minute Review Show, and today I'm on Hester Street in Chinatown. I'm back here trying a restaurant that I've never tried before. When I walked past the street in the past, I saw a giant sign that said Lady Chow Kitchen. This is what the menu looks like. It's pretty extensive, and there are many different Cantonese items in that menu. But what makes it interesting is that they have something called Chun Chun Fun, which is a Chin Village noodle. What's special about the noodle is that it's homemade. They make it in this restaurant. They don't buy it from a supplier, they make it here. And it's supposed to be very special. I've actually went to another restaurant on Long Island that had this type of stuff. If that experience there is the same as here, it will be very special. I definitely want to show you what that looks like. We're gonna order a couple of dishes, just to give you the look and feel of this place. And next, we'll check the menu out. Okay, let's take a look at the Lady Chow Kitchen menu. This is what it looks like. And it's a short menu. When we flip the page, we have the first page, which shows you the dim sum. The dim sum is served only between 9 and 11 a.m. every day. And here's the selection. It's a small selection. They even have sticky rice and lotus leaf. And here's a small variety of dim sums. Next we have the appetizers. And the appetizers are, it looks like it's mainly fried. You have the fried chicken wings. Actually, a lot of these don't look like appetizers. You have a shrimp tower, and then you have Peking duck, and then you have 5-spice duck. Most of the appetizers are over here, so you could have carp fillet, pan-fried dumplings, things of that sort. It's pretty eclectic. Next we have the pork, beef, and lamb and duck dishes. And you can take a look right here. It's pretty extensive. Next you have some more of the same. And there are some more simple dishes like the Peking pork chops over here. You have pig knuckles over here. So these dishes are pretty scattered. Next we have the chicken dishes. And over here you have some simple chicken and broccoli. You have things like the fried chicken, the dajigai, crispy chicken with garlic, light boiled chicken. And then, oh, by the way, there's this special dish, which is sticky rice and fried chicken. This is really good. Next we have seafood. And these are very common dishes. You have salt and pepper squid, crispy fried oysters here. Next we have some more seafood. And then we have some casseroles. So the casseroles are varied between seafood and beef and fish fillet type dishes, mainly beef and fish. Next we have the vegetable dishes. There's a lot to choose from here. And then we have the soups. And most of the soups are between $15 and $22. The fried rice selection, which is very reasonably priced. And then your chow fun and the mai fun. And then your noodles and the congee section. And these are all reasonably priced, all below $20. And finally, I want to emphasize this part of the menu. This is the reason why a lot of people come here. They have something called the chun chun fun, which is basically like a beef chow fun. But what's special about this is that the noodles here are said to be 0.5 to 0.7 millimeters, like paper thin. So all of these dishes have used that type of noodle. And they're all between, let's say, $13 to $27. And you could actually have a beef chow fun made with this type of noodle. So I'm definitely going to get one of these. And finally, we have some set meals for $298 and one for $468. Different sizes. Okay, we ordered the salt and pepper pork, and this dish is nice and big too. And I believe this is about $18. There's quite a few pieces. I count maybe 10 to 12 pieces here, and some are big, some are small. There are garlic slices here. Yeah, there's more garlic on the bottom, and it's a battered mixture that I see. Looks pretty good from what I can tell, and we're going to give this a try pretty soon. I'm going to try the salt and pepper pork, and the salt and pepper pork came in a pretty big portion. I counted about 10 to 12 different pieces. It looked pretty good, nice and hot. It came right out of the fryer. It's only been about 10 minutes and it's still nice and hot. Let's try this. That salt is pretty strong. What I can tell you is that the pork has been treated so it's nice and soft. It has a very nice mouth chew, nice and gummy and springy. I like that. They make sure that the pork is easily eaten. The batter is not too thick. It's just thin enough. I like the crispiness to it. The interesting thing here is that I taste more of the salt than the pepper, but that seems to be okay. The pork is actually a nice fatty pork. You can see here, there are streaks of fat throughout this entire pork chop. I like that. They're not giving us the loin, which tends to be too dry, so this is good. Let's try another piece. Here's a larger piece. Now, the larger pieces might not be as fatty, so let's see what this is like. This is bingo. It's really good. It's just as springy. Normally, if you see a larger piece of pork, I get a little suspect about it because it might be a bigger, non-fattier piece, but this giant piece is actually just as juicy as this smaller piece. So yeah, the flavor is there, the tenderness is there. I really like this. I like their way of making this. My only criticism is maybe a little more of the pepper flavor, but it's not a make it or break it deal. It's actually really good. I like this. Okay, the next dish is the garlic fried chicken. So this is jiajigai with the garlic. Now these garlic pieces look pretty big. They look like they were put into a slicer, but they've been deep fried. Here's the chicken. I ordered the half chicken. So you have the breast here, and then you have the leg here, the drumstick. And down here you have the thigh. So we're gonna give this a try and see what this tastes like. The skin is actually a little darker than I'm used to. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what this tastes like. The next item that I'm going to try is the garlic chicken. Now the garlic fried chicken looks like this. I took a thigh piece and I'm eyeballing it, and it looks a little dry, but I'll give this a chance. Here it goes. Okay. I do taste a strong sense of garlic in it. And this chicken thigh actually has some chicken fat in here, so it's not too dry. To me, this is a little overcooked. And let's try some of that skin. The skin is nice and thin and crispy. One interesting thing here is that it doesn't seem to be overly salted. I feel that it can use a little more salt. But the more I bite into this chicken, the more juicy it seems to get. I think I'm getting more to the center of the chicken. So yeah, this isn't bad. I'm gonna try another piece. The next piece I'm gonna try is the breast meat. I just tried the dark meat, now let's try the breast meat since those two are the most plentiful. So here it goes. Okay. It could be a little more juicy, but you know, after all, it's white meat, so it's not supposed to be that juicy. But still, I still think that this is a little overcooked. I mean, it's perfectly passable. It would be great if it were salted a little more. But I did notice that there is some soy sauce on the bottom, so you can see over here. So let's give that a try. Okay, just slightly sweet soy sauce. Yeah, seems to be okay. What I can say is that the portion of this fried chicken with garlic is normal. It's not overly big. It's not an overly big chicken. It's your average size Chinatown chicken. It's totally passable. Okay, now this is the famous Chen Chun Fun. It's the equivalent of a beef chow fun. I ordered a seafood version of this dish. So this is a seafood Chen Chun Fun. And as I move this around, I see a lot of thin noodles, and I also see some seafood. Here's a shrimp, and then I see some sprouts, and I see some green onions, and also I was going to say onions, but nah, there are no onions in here. There are usually onions in beef chow fun, but this is a seafood dish. And yeah, it seems pretty hefty. There seems to be a really big portion here. I believe this is only about $17, so it looks like it's worth it in terms of the size. So yeah, we're gonna give this a try, and hopefully these thin noodles taste as good as they look. The next dish I'm going to try, and the last dish I'm going to try, is the Chen Chun Fun, which is basically the whole fun, the rice noodles. This is what it looks like. Just by looking at it, I'm a little bit biased. I think this is going to be very good. Let's give this a try. And as promised, this noodle is paper thin. Look how thin the noodle is. Let's try this. They say that it's homemade. Definitely does taste homemade, because if this particular noodle was put into a bag and shipped to the restaurant, it wouldn't last. Look how thin these noodles are. Now, the taste of them, of the noodle, is just the soy sauce and whatever sauce they used. It's nice and savory, not overly salted, but still good. I usually like salt, but this is just right. And you can look at this. You can see the char on the noodle. It has a good amount of wok in this. Yeah, the caramelization is there. Love it. And when I eat it, it's nice and smooth. Should I use the word slippery? Yes, it's slippery. Very nice. Great mouthfeel. And the one word that I can use to describe this is delicate. It's nice and silky. For the seafood, they gave me a shrimp, nice and crunchy. They gave me a fried fish cake, which is this one, nice and springy. This is good. Both of the proteins are pretty fresh and crunchy. I like this. What I can say is that this noodle quality is out of this world. Whenever you go to a restaurant, especially a Chinese restaurant, you're not going to get the homemade noodles. They're usually factory made. And once they're factory made, they're brought to the restaurant and you're stuck with whatever quality they give to the restaurant. Over here, they make sure that it's nice and thin. Wow, I love that. This is totally worth it. Okay, now is the time for your favorite part of the show. Ta-da! The star of the show. And today, the star of the show is the Chen Chun Fun Ho Fun type noodles. This is homemade. And homemade meaning that it's made in this restaurant. I have to say, that noodle is amazing. It has the stuff that I think Chinese people really like, which is the texture. The texture is so delicate, it's so thin. As they say here, it's only half a millimeter, so it's like paper thin noodles. How many restaurants can you name make their own noodles? Obviously, this is a place where you can get that type of noodle. If you come here, you have a set of maybe 8 to 10 dishes that use that noodle. I highly recommend that you get any dish that uses that noodle. That noodle is my star of the show. Okay, it's the end of the meal, and what can I say? I thoroughly enjoyed those noodles at Lady Chow's Kitchen. It's very rare that you get a restaurant specializing in one thing that they do very well, that I feel is a reason to draw guests into their restaurant. You know, there are a lot of Chinese restaurants in Chinatown. We're in Manhattan's Chinatown right now. It's hard to find some place that specializes in one thing. I think as more time goes by, the only way that restaurants get to differentiate themselves is by offering these special dishes. Like, for example, one of the most famous restaurants now in Chinatown is Maxi's Wonton Noodles. When you're known for one thing, I think people will come. If you do come to Lady Chow, you definitely should come for those noodles. Another thing that I should say about this area is that we're north of Canal Street, still in Chinatown, but north of Canal Street. I want to describe a little bit about the dining room here. It's kind of narrow. There's maybe 3 big tables here and a bunch of smaller tables. So it's a smaller restaurant, more intimate, but it still serves the conventional Cantonese food. So yeah, there's a good variety here. If you happen to be in the area, definitely come over and check this place out. Thanks for watching the Minute Review Show, and we just passed 2,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. And we're going to go to a lot more places in Chinatown, in Manhattan, Midtown Manhattan, in Queens, Long Island, all over the place. So I want you to drop me some suggestions in the comments, or maybe to my email. My email is minutereviewshow@outlook.com. So just send me some suggestions and I'll put them on my list. Thank you for watching my channel, and I really appreciate everything that you've done for me. And I'll see you very soon in my next video. The final check before tip is $60.32.